Although it may appear that art implies the idea of beauty, a little introspection reveals that they are in fact very different things.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Yeah! Welcome back from lunch, everyone! Yeah! I hope everyone's really excited. I'm sure everyone will start trickling and the FOMO will spread. Lane will do a tweet or two about like what cool is happening on stage, and then everyone will catch word and make their way in. For those of you that don't know me, that weren't here yesterday, I'm Ashley Tyson. I am your afternoon MC. I am not with the AraCon team, but we are all with the AraCon team today, right? So I'm with the Web3 Foundation, and we are a nonprofit foundation based in Zug that funds grants, development grants around decentralized protocols and also research as well. So if you have any questions about that, feel free to come talk to me. But let's get this afternoon portion started. We are going to hear from another round of AraCon Nest grant recipients today, so that's super cool. For those of you that didn't hear about AraCon Nest yesterday, it's a program originally set up by the AraCon Association with placeholder VC to fund common goods projects in the AraCon and Ethereum ecosystems. The grants program recently received its 2019 funding through the AraCon governance proposal process, so we should give a big round of applause for that. Governance at work. So in this first session, we'll hear from more teams that received their funding in 2018. The first Nest team presenting is Bright ID, a team working on a privacy-preserving identity system that ensures the uniqueness of each user in the system.
All right. So this is an interactive presentation, so I need everyone to take out their phone. And you'll see up here, I've got a URL for you to go to on your phone. You're going to install an app called Bright ID. If you're an iPhone user, you'll go through test flight and then come back and install the Bright ID app. If you're an Android user, you can go to the Play Store and install Bright ID. Or we also have a direct link to an APK if you don't like Google. So while you're doing that, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about why Bright ID. So I was thinking a while back, I had this crazy idea that I wanted to buy a piece of land. It didn't really matter what kind of land. It could have been bare land, it could have been commercial land. And I wanted to open it up to anybody to decide how to use that piece of land. And then I wanted to see, after that, if there was rewards or maybe rental income, if I could distribute that back to everybody who was participating. And I ran into, before I got anywhere near that, there were two problems. The first, and it's actually boils down to really the same problem, but the first problem was with the voting. So how do I have a vote where I make sure that each person can only vote one time? And then the second problem was with distributing the rewards. How do I distribute rewards in such a way that everyone gets an equal share? And it really is, like I said, the same problem. And I'll call it the one account per user problem. There are people who would like to distribute large amounts of currency. Could be an existing currency, could be a brand new currency, and they'd like to get that out to as many people as they can in a way that's as fair as possible. You can think of universal basic income, but how do you do that in a fair way? How do you solve this problem, this one account per user problem? AraCon is really good with token voting. You can do a lot of cool things with voting with tokens, but what if you wanted to do a per person vote? How do you do that? With BrightID, you could have, with a BrightID enabled AraCon DAO, you could have a per person vote. So let's talk about what BrightID is and what it isn't. BrightID is an identity network, and we'll get to that a little bit later. But let's think about what we're already familiar with. So I have a social security number that I got from the United States government, and sometimes I use it online, which is really stupid because a couple of years ago, Equifax had a data breach where 50% of all United States social security numbers were leaked to attackers. 50% of Americans should have replaced their social security numbers, but of course we didn't because that's really difficult to do that. With BrightID, to replace your BrightID, all you do is reconnect to a few friends. If you think about it, we all, as human beings, we come into this world with the ability to say, yes, I am a real person, but somehow we've decided that it's okay that we give that up to a national government and abdicate that right to them. So I think with BrightID, you can take just the people that make the most sense to verify you as a unique person are the people that are enabled to do that. And those are the people that you already know. It's not some abstract government. It's not some big corporation that you're sharing your data with. You're making connections in an identity network. On the face of it, it feels a little bit like Facebook, but it's completely not the same. I don't want anyone to go away thinking like that, oh, I don't need BrightID, I already have Facebook. Not the same, totally different use case. Every time you make a connection or join a group in BrightID, it's for the sole purpose of either helping someone else to be verified as a unique individual or verifying yourself as a unique individual. So let's get into actually what this looks like. And you can follow along on your phone if you want. But when you first install BrightID, you get to this onboarding screen. And as soon as you are ready to get past that, you can just click on the Get Started. And you'll see that, so I'll wait a second for that to catch up, but make sure that's running. I might have to double click it. Whoops. Yikes. Okay. It's kind of weird. I'm not doing that. Okay, I'll talk a little bit through it while this catches up. Hopefully it's running. So with BrightID, there we go. So the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to add a photo. You could have someone take a picture of you. You could do a selfie. You could choose from your library. I'm going to choose from my library. I've got a bunch of photos that I already took, so I'll just pick one. And then I'm going to go and add my name. I like to use my full name because I like people to know who they're dealing with. And so after I've entered my full name, then I just create my BrightID. From here, you can see that my score's pretty bad. It's 0. And so what do I do to get that up? The score is actually really important to applications. That's what they use to determine whether or not you're a unique person in this network. So we've got to try to, it runs on a scale from 0 to 99.99. So we want to get that up. And to do that, I've got to join groups. And to get groups, I've got to make connections. So like if you look at my connections, no connections. If you look at my groups, no groups. So I need to start making connections. So if I hit new connection, then it makes a QR code. And this is a one-time use QR code. So if I go back to the home screen again and I hit new connection again, it's going to be a different QR code this time. And another way to make a connection is to scan someone else. So if I scan someone else's QR code, that will make a connection. So I see some people already doing it, which is pretty awesome. So I've got some friends here. This is Elsa. I scanned her, make a connection. I'm going to go to my next friend and scan them and make another connection. This is Sona. Yes, I confirm that. Scan someone else, my friend Joe. I'll make a connection with him. So I'm building up my connections. This is really cool. So I'm already up to 3 connections. That's a good start. My score is still 0 though. If I look at my connections though, I can see that they actually have way better scores than me. So what's up with that? It's because they've already joined a group. And if I look at groups, I can see that they have this group that has this nice score. And now I can actually join it because I know them. And so if you know enough people in a group, you can join that group. And then if I look at the group, I can see that I just know those 3 people in the group right now. But that was enough to join the group. If you know 50% or more, you can join the group. You can also create a new group, and you would just have to select 2 co-founders to create that group with you. And now I've got a new group. I'm just waiting on them to join that group, and then I'll have another group. So the cool thing about all that is now that I have a group, now I'm going to get a score. So if I go back to the home screen, now I have a score. And my score came from that group. So the way it works is your score is the same as the highest score of your best scoring group. And so making groups is crucial to Bright ID. It's not just like some cool social thing. It actually serves a purpose. It helps with the graph behind the scenes that's used to determine whether people are real people or not. What's happening behind the scenes is that each of these groups is connected in some way based on how the users in the groups are connecting to each other. And so you have this graph of groups that's connected. And the system is trying to determine if your group belongs to the main graph that has real people in it. And so if you were to have a group over here that's not really well connected to the main graph of groups, then it wouldn't have a very good score. But that could mean 2 different things. It could either mean that your group is filled with fake people, or it could mean, in which case it should have a low score, or it could be just that you need to do some more work with connecting, and at that point you'd be able to bring up your score and be a part of the main graph. So there's actually a lot more to it, but I'm not going to be able to have time to get into all of that. But what can you do with Bright ID? That's important to talk about. So right now you can't do anything with it except it's kind of like a meta game where you can try to get up your score if that's interesting to you, or I don't know, see how many connections you can get, but there's not really anything you can do with it right now. So what's in the future for Bright ID? That's important. So at the bottom there's apps, which will do absolutely nothing if you press on that, but in the future there will be an in-app DApp browser for Bright ID. And so the cool thing about Bright ID is with each new app or DApp that joins the ecosystem, it's bringing in new users, and those users serve to strengthen the graph and make it easier for anyone else to be verified as a unique user. So for instance, if you're using Bright ID to a Bright ID enabled AraCon DAO, by doing that, you might be helping someone else to be able to get verified to receive their universal basic income from a universal basic income DApp. So this is kind of the vision of Bright ID and what we want to do with it. And yeah, it's really exciting what's coming up in the next year. But there's one more thing that I need you to do, and that's to go back to, let's see if I can get, I might have to hit the back button actually. Let's see. Yeah, that's too far. There we go. Go back to that page that you were just on and go down to the bottom, and you'll see a Telegram group and a Matrix group. Join one of those, because when you start using BrightID, we want you to be part of our community. So, and just give us feedback. And I didn't get to go very deep, so if you have questions, you can look for someone in an orange shirt. That would be either me or Philip, and we can talk to you about any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
All right, the next Nest team is presenting a signaling tool for decentralized organizations. It's Telegraph.
Hey guys, hello. So I'm Griff Green and this is Max. We're actually we weren't supposed to present today, but right now the passport issuance of the United States is very centralized. And the government shutdown actually prevented James from coming. So one day, you know, the issuance of passports will be controlled by AraCon DAO, and we won't have these problems. But you know, we just have to take our time. So, but we're here to present Telegraph. Telegraph is a very important project for the space. As we've seen, consensus is sometimes hard in Ethereum and in blockchains in general. Bitcoin has an amazing tool called coin.dance, where you can go and see the different signals that people, influential people and organizations are saying about new Bitcoin network upgrades. In Ethereum, we don't have that. Well, actually, now we do, because we have Telegraph. Telegraph was born out of EIP0 and the ETH magicians here in Berlin. This was decided to be a huge need in the space, and we've seen it come up continuously around ProgPal, right? Like, who supports this issue, who doesn't support this issue? Obviously, during the DAO hard fork, lots of ideas came up about how we can see what do people really think about doing this network, this hard fork. And we were able to get signals from coin holders, but that's just one stakeholder group in a very diverse ecosystem. There's core devs, there's other token holders, there's miners, there's regular dApp developers and dApp users. And there's lots of ways to measure these stakeholder groups. And so the goal of Telegraph is to give them a way to signal what they believe and to aggregate those signals so that we as users of these platforms can go to one place and actually understand what is the state of the network. What do people think about, dropping the mining rewards from 3 to 2? Should we delay this hard fork? And if everyone could go to one place and understand that, we can come to consensus much easier as an organization. But I, of course, just see the problem and know we need the solution. I can't do anything about it. That's why we have Max to actually talk about the solution.
Thanks, Griff. So we've looked into a bunch of signals we can measure, starting from hash power and full node voting. We already have interested stances on the Twitter and Reddit. We already have it, but it's hard to measure and collect. So we try to think of the ways how we can ease up the work for the core developers, in this measurement of the community sentiment. And on their own, each of these signals has its own downsides. So for example, identity-based voting is something we used for, but we don't have such a widespread tool to do that. Or we don't want to fall into plutocracy if we do only the coin voting. So what we decided to do is to select several representations. So those 3 signals is what we used for the first version, and kind of try to compare them, put them on the one graph, and so it can represent better what different types of stakeholders think. So this is how it looks like. First of all, we created a parser for the EEP, Ethereum GitHub, and we continuously parse new EEPs and make a interface for sorting and searching and grouping of them. Then what the first thing that is worth making is, of course, stake-based voting, and we allowed anybody to start basically a coin voting if they feel so, and you have several options to choose, either yay, nay, or abstain. But where it really comes the interesting part is the gas voting. So by voting via your address, you don't only transmit the number of tokens you had at the start of the voting. So we preserve the different playouts with transfers. So we only measure how much Ethereum you got at the start of the voting. But also, if you're an engineer and if your address has lots of gas spent, this gives additional point of view on your voting. So you can see here an example of different distributions by different types of voting for gas and coin votings. And also some experimental part we're playing with is the influencer stances. So we know that there are already some tweets that kind of support each specific EAP or not. And what we're trying to do is to kind of put them on the graph and connect it with the influencer ranking stats. So there's this service called Hive1, which allowed us to kind of understand who's the most influential people on Twitter in the Ethereum community specifically. And that allowed us to do this. If you see graph on the top, you can see how the yes or nay distribute over this different tops to bottom of influences. And anybody can add a stance. Currently, it's done semi-automatic, but in the future we would like to see something where you can hashtag some EAP and it will automatically come to this system. So this is what we're going to do. We also want to see real experiments. So it's already live on Rinkeby, and we want to people to start their own votings, not maybe only on peace, but on other questions as well. We want to see additional points, additional ways of voting, for example, hash power voting. And also, we always wanted to make it more usable for the users. So I really want to thank Griff for kickstarting this project overall, and gathering our team, and AraCon, Nest, and Give for providing the funding for this. We're working on this from the summer last year, and put many hours in that. And thank you. You can see the version on the telegraph.com.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Passport offices will get you every time. So we have our last Nest grantee. Last but not least, Decentralized Design Lab. They're creating an open source tools to accelerate the adoption and development of the distributed web and user-friendly experience. Good work.
So, hello, thank you. How many of you don't know what a design system is? Don't know? A few. How many people were here for Yoni's presentation on Lorikit yesterday? The majority, but not everybody. So for those that don't know what a design system is, let me tell you a little story. So once upon a time, there was the awesomeness. The web was filled with colors and experimentation. There were menus and buttons all over the place, and websites and applications, or maybe not yet applications, were painful to watch and experience until this man came, Jakob Nielsen, who brought back decades-old techniques and good practices about how to arrange the visual field and ease the cognitive burden on the user to make it more understandable and usable. He brought order into chaos. So what we are doing with the Web3 design system is exactly this, but for Web3, for our time. So the Web3 design system has two main parts. One is a series of guidelines of best practices that can help you as a developer decide very quickly what is best, the best experience for the user. And the other is a set of components like the lorikeet design system that you saw that will allow you to very easily and quickly implement prototypes and applications that do implement these best practices for the UX. And there's three main parts or objectives to this process that we are doing. So right now we are researching and creating these best practices, interviewing all the people in the space. We will talk about that. And these tools, the objective of these tools is to give consistent UX to the users so that if they come onto AraCon or they go onto another dApp, they see the same pattern, that it's familiar. They start to become familiar with the mechanics of Web3. And the other thing is that we want to create these components that need to be customizable. You as developers need to be able to use it not only for quickly building prototypes, but also implementing in real dApps. It means that you will need to be able to brand it with your dApp, with your styling, etc., and adapt it to whichever chain is underneath. And it all started with a Web3 design principles, this long list of ideas and principles, and some components. It hinted at some of the components that you could have that I wrote 1 year ago. But right now we are doing this much more thorough research. We've interviewed all the people in the space, or many people in the space, who have users or dApps in production, people that have talked to users, that are front-end developers or designers or product people, anybody who had experience of users. There aren't many in the space yet. We talked to them and tried to extract and gather all this information together. And so today we don't have any components yet. We are finishing the phase of the research, but we have the second best thing that we can share with you today, which is a mental framework about how to think about Web3 problems, putting order into the chaos that today exists in Web3. And so what we did is we asked these people, the interview people, what are the problems or the questions users have in the space? And some of these questions are fun, like how do I find these projects on the other internet? Or some are important questions like why should I care about decentralization? And so we try to make sense and map them out and saw that there are two main categories of problems or questions users have, and these relate on one side to technicalities of the blockchain or the mechanics of how the blockchain works, and others that relate to fundamental aspects of decentralization. And this Venn diagram, of course, you see there is overlaps and there's subcategories. We will see them. So we map them, we arrange these problems in these buckets, and so you have, for example, in the technical requirements, how do I get ETH or what is gas, etc. And in the fundamental to decentralization is, can you reset my private key? This is an actual question users have, quite common actually, that speaks to the misunderstanding of what decentralization is about. And the subcategories in this thing that we call the problem space, there is a consensus that there are new mental models. Like, for example, one of the biggest confusion users have is that data is not owned by one company, is not stored in a server, but it's shared. This is baffling to users. And also there are new complicated concepts like transactions, gas, private keys. These are all unfamiliar to users. And not only they are new and complicated concepts, but we are also failing at explaining them today, at least. So by mapping the solutions that people found were usable in certain conditions, we found also this that we call the solution space. It's another Venn diagram that basically boils down to two solutions that you can apply in your design decisions. One, you hide the technicalities if you can, or you explain it better. Let's see an example that makes it easy to understand. So gas, for example, we understood that all these problems are multidimensional. What does it mean? It's a fancy word to say that the questions or the problems fall in different buckets, in different categories of this diagram. So, for example, on the lower bottom, you see questions about what is gas price, what is gas limit, and these, for example, you'd better hide them away, and some teams have had good results in hiding away that, abstracting away that complexity from the user. Then there are questions about like, why does gas have different costs in different moments? This one, although you would want to hide it away, it will generate questions if people see different fees in different moments, and they will start asking questions. Yay! Thank you. Yay! and so the only solution here is to explain it better. And on questions about who gets gas? Why do I have to pay the Ethereum Foundation? Users have this doubt that gas is going to either the dApp or the Ethereum Foundation. Speaks about their misunderstanding, a bit of how it works, of course, but of decentralization in general. And in this case, you can only make a concerted effort to explain it better. And so the solution space also have operative choices that you can apply, which is on the lower level, you can hide or abstract away complicated technical problems. We mentioned that. And it's okay to have degrees of centralization, especially for novice users. But then, of course, you need to onboard them onto fully decentralized technology after. And on the explain better, you can use analogies on systems that users already know. Like if it's a financial system, go look at banking applications and bring out some of those patterns from there. And in the fundamental problems of decentralization, today we are doing something wrong, which is we are trying to explain how something works. Well, we should explain the why. Start with the why, start with the benefits of and the advantages of a certain feature, not how it works. And so all these problems have sub-problems, sub-categories, etc. In gas, we mentioned, for example, there is this idea that new patterns are emerging, like universal logins and meta-transactions that allow to hide gas, for example. These are good patterns emerging for that. Key management, other problems that are multi-dimensional, okay? There is problems all over the space. And here as well, there is the consensus that key management is one of the main disruptors of the onboarding flow. If you are onboarding a user and you ask to stop and do something else, that it's okay to have this progressive security model, whereas you onboard them without asking them to back up the keys, and then progressively, when it's needed, you do it later. And transactions, also a complicated concept. Yay, again. Where is my money? What is nonce? I think we should overcome the idea of nonces and not, especially the sequentiality of transaction is something that is making confused the users. The fact that you need to wait for one transaction before doing the other has caused some problems across many of the dApps that we've interviewed. And so in this case, for example, solutions that are coming, there's this confusion about the fact that transactions, wallets, and blockchain, how they all relate together. And Yoni yesterday talked about some of the possible solutions, like, for example, to give human readability on transaction. There is RadSpec, this standard that is proposed by AraCon. Yoni mentioned it yesterday, that when you click a button, it tells you what the function is going to do in a human readable way. And also to give a visibility on the state of the transaction, to show the history of those transactions. Again, yesterday Yoni showed the amazing new notification panel in AraCon. That is so good. dApps think, hey, no, the wallet has the history of the transaction, I delegate it to them. No, dApps need to take responsibility for that and have that interaction with their own users. And there's many other insights. I want to leave you with two. One is mobile. Everybody thinks that mobile is the future, especially for onboarding the mass adoption, but everybody is designing for desktop. And so it's very refreshing to see the announcement for AraCon Mobile that we heard from Jorge yesterday. And this idea that also the mobile is going to be the leading thing is need to be balanced out, that the blockchain has inherent risk and there are certain operations that are riskier that demand higher screen space. Like, for example, opening a MakerDAO CDP, probably opening a company or a DAO will require a bigger screen. But yes, managing it or in the day-to-day interaction, you will want the mobile version. And last but not least, designers need to be in the room from day zero. Simple smart contracts create complicated interactions, so you should get a designer in your project since the beginning. Also because design is not only about the UX or the visual aspects, it's about the behaviors, it's about the ecosystem design. There's a practice of token design as well. And thank you very much. We are not done with the research. We're finishing it. So if we have not spoken with you and you have insights, you have spoken to users, or you have any insight from your experiences, please come talk to us, join the conversation, and let's build a freaking awesome experience for the world. Thank you.
If you are interested in learning any more about those Nest projects that presented, they're going to be over there for the next hour answering questions. There's a little Q&A lounge that you can go and sit and chat with all the founders. But I'm very excited to announce the next panel. It's going to be led by Monica of AraCon 1, Recruiting for a Diverse Web 3. And it's featuring Rain Revere, co-founder of Maiden, Medha Kotari, co-founder and director of She256, and Taylor Monahan, founder and CEO of MyCrypto. Get it?
Hi everyone, and thank you for staying for this panel. I'm really excited to be talking about that, and we'll have to excuse Summer. He was going to join us in the panel today, but he's sick, so he's not going to be able to join the discussion today. I hope he's watching online. So here we have Taylor, Medha, and Rain. I let them present themselves first, and then we'll get into the discussion.
Yeah, hi, I'm Taylor. I am the founder and CEO of MyCrypto. Yeah, MyCrypto is a wallet, and it allows people to easily, hopefully easily, interact with the Ethereum ecosystem. And I've been in this space developing and building products for just over 3 years, and I've been interested in cryptocurrency and watching the entire ecosystem evolve since about late 2013.
Hi everyone, I'm Medha Kotari. So I'm a developer at heart. I'm finishing up my computer science degree at UC Berkeley, California. My area of expertise is in enterprise blockchain. So I lead blockchain at Berkeley's consulting division. But also right now I'm going to be working at a cool startup that's doing research into stablecoins. And also I'm the founder of She256, which is doing exactly what this panel is talking about, trying to break down barriers of entry to the space and increase diversity.
I'm Rain Revere. I'm an engineer and a therapist, and I currently work on designing sense-making systems of the future.
Well, thank you very much for your introductions. I feel like diversity is not a very recent topic. It's actually a pretty old topic that we've seen discussed in very different contexts. Still, I think it's very necessary to contextualize it here. So how will you define diversity? Maybe you can start here and go the direction.
Yeah, so I think that a lot of times when you hear the word diversity, or you see a panel like this, or you see a tweet or a little nugget, a lot of times people are like, yeah, that's probably a good thing. Or they have the opposite reaction, which is like, why do we need this? Or screw you, or you should be hiring based on merit only. What the heck, why are you? You know, all of these arguments. And I think that fundamentally, when we're building products, when we're building ecosystems, when we're building communities, regardless of what we're doing, having different perspectives is mandatory. Otherwise, you are solely building something for yourself rather than the larger world. And if we want to have an impact on the greater world and be really revolutionary, you have to have a variety of perspectives that can come together to create a more valuable product or a more valuable whatever it is. And I think that gets lost in a lot of the conversations. You know, we talk a lot about metrics, we talk a lot about maybe specific areas of diversity, like including more women in tech and things like that. But the reality is that it's less about the numbers or more women or more X or more Y. It's more about your company, your team, your community is going to be more valuable the more diverse the perspectives and the backgrounds are, so that the collective knowledge and the collective wisdom elevates the final product to be something that's more remarkable than what just I could produce or just you could produce.
Yep.
Yeah, I completely agree with Taylor here. So I think diversity is a lot of things. Usually when we think of diversity, people think race, gender, socioeconomic status, sexual preference, all of that. And that's definitely all diversity. But I think more than that, it contributes to a person's experience and background, and it kind of affects the way they see the world and how they want to, be a part of it, right? So I think truly diversity is experience and an environment that allows people to be accepted regardless of their differences. So I think the reason why diversity is important in especially the blockchain space, I think is just like impact. So there's a lot of research out there that says having a diverse team or a set of co-founders makes a company a lot more successful, a lot more productive. That's definitely true. But even more than that, I think for the blockchain space, it's a necessity. So like Taylor said, we all think about blockchain as a future, right? I think everyone in this room, we think of blockchains as the future for our government, our financial systems, everything, right? And that's supposed to impact billions of people. So if we want to impact all those people, we have to make sure that the people building these systems are representative of the world's global diverse population. We want to make sure that, like for example, yesterday, I think Laura in her talk mentioned that the biases of creators are kind of inherited by the technology that they create. So if we want to make fair and just equitable systems on blockchains, we have to make sure that the builders developing these things are kind of ingraining their experience and their background into these systems.
I'm curious how you all define diversity. I won't be able to find out right now, but I think diversity is the use of the word says a lot, like it's a signifier. Like who talks about diversity, who uses that word and who doesn't, I think is actually interesting. And, I think there's a sort of progressive culture that incentivizes awareness of these things, but you can also just avoid, like as long as you don't say the wrong thing, you're kind of okay, you're kind of in the clear. So how we, like when we talk about diversity, what conversation is happening? Like what conversation is that a part of? And I think it in one way or another, it goes back to who's behind the systems that are being built, who is using the systems that are being built, and how are we relating to them, and how do we care about those people, which is really confusing in the decentralized web where privacy and anonymity are like good things, and we're trying to create systems where centralization can't like secure power in the way it has before. It's confusing for me as well. Like, how do we reconcile the need for anonymity and these sort of de-identifying processes with things like diversity and inclusivity that actually want to name all of the people and all of the identities and all the voices in the room? Because if you don't do that, then there's just a lot of automatic cultural processes happening, and you're gonna get some kind of output that maybe you didn't want.
Actually, I want to elaborate on neutrality and anonymous and pseudonymous identities later, but I want to elaborate more because you've been talking about the importance of diversity. But maybe we can share what are the risks of ignoring diversity, especially building the decentralized web.
So we know that like hires like. So if you are, it doesn't matter who you are, if I assign every single one of you in this room to hire someone that will do something for you, be your assistant or take some set of work off of your plate, you are most likely going to hire someone with the same gender, with the same race, with the same socioeconomic background, with the same skill sets, with the same everything. And especially in a space like the blockchain space or the larger like STEM space where you do have this inherent lack of diversity for any number of reasons, you can kind of fall into this self-fulfilling prophecy or this rabbit hole where you can't climb out of it because all the people that are currently in the system are pretty much, you know, in this one little cookie cutter shape, and they're hiring other people in the same cookie cutter shape, and then nobody outside of that cookie cutter feels welcome in the community or feels welcome within your company or feels welcome in whatever. And then the final sort of outcome of this, especially in like a company structure, is that you have a company of 10 or 20 or 50 young, privileged white males, and they are building products for other young, privileged white males. And no matter how much they talk about wanting to change the world and bank the unbanked and empower the people, it's hard to do that when you're a privileged, you know, you come from a privileged background and that's all you know. And so I think that when you ignore those things, if you're not aware of them, it's very easy to fall into destructive patterns. And especially if we aren't hyper aware of it now, so early in the development of this community and this space, we have really no chance of not following the people who've come before us, and namely, you know, the sort of the Silicon Valley, you know, the stereotypes, you know, are based on reality, and that sort of culture, you know, we don't want to be there. I think we can agree. If we do want to just copy Silicon Valley, then I think we have a larger discussion to be had.
Yeah.
Can I say something? I appreciate you starting that with like hires like, and so the opposite of that is similarity is difference, and so I think that's important, is how are we relating to difference and how are we talking about difference. And it's not the fault of the ideas and the ideals and the systems that are being put forth as superior to ones of the past, that those have those merits and advantages, and how do those systems include difference. So no matter how good a system is, you know, maybe you've come up with a way to allow better voting or all of the things that have been talked about the last couple of days, and how does that system account for differences in values? Because differences in life experience is connected to differences in values. And ultimately that's like kind of the juicy stuff of diversity. It's not just what's on the outside, but the fact is what's on the outside is part of who we are in the world and how we're seen and perceived and what kinds of things come to us.
Yeah, that's such a great point.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, I think it just all boils down to like market research, right? So if you're creating a product or trying to make an impact on the world, how are you supposed to do that if you only have this one experience? You want to include everyone's experiences, right? You don't want to be stuck in this echo chamber where everyone you surround yourself with or you hire has the same background and views as you, and those might not be bad views, right? But it's not a representation of everyone's views. So I think that's why it's super important to make sure you start those conversations early on, because I think it's like founders' duties, right? To value a culture that is based on inclusivity. And if you don't do that, then you'll see like the tech industry, which has been around for like 3-4 decades now, is really bad. The ratio is getting worse and worse every year, regardless of how many groups there are trying to get more women and other diverse groups back into the space. They're stuck in this kind of vicious cycle where, like you were saying, it's hard for people to even want to get exposed to something where they already feel like they have to go through like a hurdle just to get noticed, So it's important to do this right now when blockchain is still in its infancy, and we can really make a strong impact now that can, forever change the pipeline 5-10 years down the road.
I agree with what you guys shared, but at the same time, I feel like all what going against the philosophy of Silicon Valley and like inclusivity, trying to hire and get different contributors with different backgrounds. Like, we don't care that much, at least like from a nature standpoint, I don't care that much about titles anymore. I don't care about even like the names. I see like like your GitHub profile, your thoughts on Twitter and so on. And we have like remote jobs, so it's like we have a bigger talent pool than other more traditional companies. So it feels like, at least in terms of what we signal, that the Web3 is kind of diverse. But do you think the Web3 today is a diverse community?
Does anyone want to take that one?
I feel like that's definitely a tough question. It also depends on what you define and what you prioritize as your version of diversity, right? But I think it all comes down to whether access to the space is equitable. And I would say it is to an extent, but the thing is, if not everyone is exposed to the same extent, then how can you say it's equal, right? So I think people like to say that the blockchain space in general is like super meritocratic, like, oh, you can hide behind a screen, and if you have the skills, you can push to like GitHub, you can make you can make an impact regardless of who you are. People don't look at your face. But I don't think that's true, just because people's backgrounds are so different, right? Like, if from a young age you aren't exposed to things like coding or like technology or anything like that, then that's not gonna kind of follow through when it comes to you trying to get into a pipeline of like recruitment. So I think the way we have to mitigate this is through education. I think we should really, really make these opportunities and access to education equitable, so that you know, everyone can be involved and has the choice to be involved in this field if they want to.
Yeah, I think there's it needs to be said that it does take work. That it's actually going to take work. It's going to be harder to go against, to go outside the shortest path towards finding talent, creating a team, creating the culture of a team, and it's important for that to happen. And there's a kind of a myth of neutrality that if you just are open to everybody, then you're going to get diversity, that it's going to happen. And that's not actually what happens. What happens is that existing systems, legacy cultural systems, are operating and procedurally selecting the kinds of people and experiences that are produced. So you're really, by saying we're just open and neutral, you're actually saying, I'm opting out of choosing. You know, I'm not voting, so I'm going to allow cultural norms to vote, and I'm going to allow biases that are inherent in the system. So I think it's important to take an active stance and to have a shift in attitude, like I myself did, that like, oh, it's not enough to just be, be a nice person. Like, that is great when you're just interacting with someone or at work, but that we're talking about larger systems that are complicated and involve power that affects people's decisions.
Yeah, and I just want to build on that a little bit and make it maybe a little bit more tangible. So I run a company. I hire people. I also empower people that I've hired to hire people that are underneath them. And we had one team member where everyone that, came into our sort of larger circle, whether that was outside contributors on GitHub, whether that was people that had a question, or whether that was people that he was actively recruiting and hiring, if they had the same sort of everything as him, and I'm not talking about skin color or age specifically, but the same sort of philosophy and way of looking at things, then he was on board with them. And if they didn't, then he wasn't. And he was completely unaware of this fact, right? He would, unintentionally push people away that were trying to contribute because he couldn't relate to them on a social or a cultural level. And I could see this. I could watch this happening again and again, but he was unaware of this. And I think that for everyone in this room, it's very easy to just assume that because you don't see color, or you're not racist, or you're not sexist, or you're not ageist, or you have a mom or a sister or whatever, BS line you want to throw out there as to why you're not doing wrong. You really do need to be hyper aware of your actions and your responses and your hiring practices and who you're including in your processes. And ask yourself, if you're not meshing well with someone, if you're not interested in someone, ask yourself the hard question, which is, why am I not as into this person as that person? Is it because of their skills? Is it because of their actual talents? Or is it because I don't have the ability to relate to them because they have a different background than me? And if the answer is they're older than me and so we can't relate as well, then you need to put the effort into making that relationship work, not say, hey, sorry, you're not a good culture fit. That's not a good excuse to not including someone in your community or in your team. You have to put the work in, just like any relationship that you have. And I would really urge everyone watching online and everyone here to start asking yourself that question when you don't like someone, when you choose not to hire someone. Why is that? And try to be really honest with yourself, because it's quite easy to be like, oh yeah, he's not technical enough, or she doesn't have the experience necessary. But more often than not, this whole culture fit is the excuse for not hiring today. And I think that it's quite blasphemous, to be honest.
But then it feels like then cultural fit is not that important. I mean, because like from a hiring or recruiting standpoint, I think like there's a need of being able, I'm not saying that you have to socialize with your team, but you have to be able to work together with your team.
Right. And
so
culture is insanely important. We have a remote team. Building that culture has been one of the biggest struggles and the things that I put the most time and effort in over the past years, right? Having good culture makes a world of difference. But you can build that culture, and you have to build that culture. You have to work at that culture regardless of like the dynamics of your team. So even if you have everyone that naturally gets along for whatever reason, you still have to work at the culture. And if you have people that don't naturally get along with each other, guess what? You have to build that culture, and it may be a little bit more difficult. And I think that's the difference, is whether you're excluding someone very early on because they're not the culture fit, rather than understanding that the culture is everyone coming together and you're working at that. And both the individuals on the team need to work at it, the people that are, overseeing or managing or running the whole damn company, have to work at it. And the culture is what created created when these people come together. The culture is not the fact that two people happen to get along.
Yeah, and like to add to that point, I think, culture fit is super important, but it's also the founder and the company, the teams. It's in their they should. It's like in their duty to kind of outline a really important culture from the beginning, right? So, for example, for me, when I started She 256 with two of my friends, we were obviously already friends, and then we expanded a little bit. We had like 5 to 10 members. We were all also friends, so we already got along. But then, now that we're really scaling and we're hiring new people, we're getting to that point where now we have to realize, like, okay, we're not all friends anymore yet. We have to really, really make culture at the forefront of our meetings, whenever we make any decisions, whenever we do any sort of team events or any sort of pushing initiatives. We have to make sure everything falls within our culture. So setting that is so important, because that also affects who you're hiring, right? So when you say someone's not a culture fit, so we're not hiring them, what does that culture mean? And what are those values that you are saying are so important that this person doesn't kind of fall into those categories?
Actually, I want to change the question for you, because we're running short on time. One of the main problems of recruiting a diverse Web3 is that the current community and the current talent pool is not diverse. So what actions can we take today to attract a more diverse community that can contribute to the Web3 ecosystem?
I don't know. I'm not convinced that most people want to attract more diverse community yet. I don't think the conversations have gone deep enough or really made their way into people's view of the world?
Yeah, for me, I think there's two things you can do for sure. So I call the first one breadth first, because I think that to attract like a bigger, like diverse pool, so that you can even have an applicant pool that has diversity already inbuilt that you can choose from, you have to start from the beginning. So something like really making sure education is important. So starting from a young age, trying to teach younger people about the blockchain space or whatever you're interested in, and getting them involved from the beginning so that they're exposed to it when they are choosing their career. But I think more than that, we need to focus on some short-term things, because that is a very long-term goal that takes 5-10 years minimum to see the outcome of those type of efforts. So short-term is depth first. So I think everyone should really, really go into mentorship. So for someone who's already in the space, it's up to you to find someone who you think has a lot of potential or is showing interest in the space, even if they're not in the space already, but you see that they're actively interested, and you see that they might become, like the next, co-founder, or the next big thing. It's up to you to really spend the time mentoring them. And I think that sort of long, sustainable impact on one person is so exponential. Like if you start doing that, then that type of culture again is built into the field, and people will kind of pay that forward. So I think, you kind of have to have both of those two-pronged approaches, so that again, you're changing the space while it's happening and while it's like being built right now, but you're also making it sustainable long term, so that younger people going into the space are also exposed.
Well, we run out of time. I want to summarize this panel. Thank you very much for all your contributions. I think one important idea of the panel is that I think most of the times we relate to diversity because of gender, race, age. We put variables to it. And as you've seen, we haven't talked about variables at all. We talk about like diversity as a super big spectrum. And that's what we should take into account when recruiting for Web3 and when building for Web3 as well. So thank you very much for our panelists, and yeah, that was
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I am super excited about the next presenter, Moises Rendon. He's the Associate Director and Associate Fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He provides analysis and research on a range of public policy issues in Latin America with a focus on his home country of Venezuela. And often in this community, we talk about the benefits of cryptocurrency and decentralized organizations. As an American, and probably a lot of folks in here, we might not actually know what it's like to live in an oppressive country, in an oppressive government. And so I'm really excited to hear Moises' take on really practical applications of how we can utilize this technology for good. Kill it.
Great. Hello, everybody. My name is Moises Rendon, and I'm here to talk about humanist technology in oppressed societies, right? I was born in democracy and raised in dictatorship. In the last 20 years, I've witnessed the collapse of a once rich nation and under an authoritarian regime. I live and work in Washington, D.C. in a think tank. I do research for public policies, especially on Venezuela, my native country. And that's why I'm here in AraCon. I'm very excited to talk and to learn about how these technology are able to help oppressive communities all over the world, right? And authoritarianism is booming. It's a booming business. There are more than 7 billion people on Earth. About 4 billion people are living under authoritarian regimes. Obviously, this is one of the most important challenges that humanity are facing in this century. And technology is playing a very important role. Today, I'm going to be talking about Venezuela. But again, these problems are apply all over the world in different oppressive regimes, and we will see why in a minute. Let's see. Okay. So Venezuela, again, was one of the most richest nations in Latin America. I used to absorb migrants and refugees from all over the world. At one point, it was known as the Switzerland of Latin America. Venezuela doesn't only have, it's not only rich in diversity and oil, it has the biggest oil reserve in the planet, one of the biggest gas reserves too. It has gold, it has minerals, but also has beautiful beaches, beautiful mountains, and more importantly, has very important and human capital, right? But today, Venezuela is facing one of the worst humanitarian, economic, political, institutional crises that Latin America has ever seen in the history. And this is all 100% man-made. An earthquake, this was not caused by an earthquake or a hurricane or some sort of economic foreign warfare. This was all caused by corrupt institutions and corrupt systems with bad intentions, right? And you can see on the slide, former President Hugo Chavez, who passed away in 2013, and former President Nicolás Maduro, also former president, because I'm going to talk in a minute about what's going on right now. This is a man-made crisis that right now has the country completely collapsed. And it's not only a dictatorship, right? It's not only, a corrupt system. This is also, it's been a 20-year institutional coup d'etat that Chavez started. So Venezuela today is kind of a blown kleptocrat mafia state. They're literally thieves in power. And this obviously makes the situation even worse, right? It's so complex to deal with narco trafficking and other nefarious activities within this institutional structure. And it's hard for me. I don't think I'm able to even scratch the surface of this totally catastrophe and the dire situation that Venezuelans are facing today. Just on the slide, you can see the average Venezuelan has lost about 24 pounds in the last year. The health system is completely collapsed in a point where former eradicated diseases have emerged, and again, like malaria. And NGOs groups are reporting that 300,000 children are at risk of dying just because of malnutrition issues. There also have been reports of Venezuelans breaking into the zoo to eat animals, and there are also Venezuelans eating out of trash cans. This is one of the worst humanitarian refugee crises as well. There are 3 million people, so 3 million Venezuelans have fled the country in the last 2-3 years. And the numbers is only expected to increase. The UN is expected to have 5.3 million Venezuelans by the end of 2019. If that happens, if the status quo continues, the Venezuelan refugee crisis is going to be the worst in the world, even more than the Syrian refugee crisis. And when it comes to the economic front, the current economic collapse in Venezuela is 10 times worse than the financial crisis that we saw in 2008 and 2009. And again, this is the worst economic crisis right now in the world. Hyperinflation is expected to reach 1,000,000% this year. However, there are other indicators that are saying that the inflation is going to go up to 44 million. GDP, or the country's economy, was cut in half in the last 4 years. The GDP is down 45%. Poverty rose from 54% to 90% since 1999. And as you know, Venezuela depends on oil, and the oil production has also collapsed in this corrupt system. And again, I mean, obviously, there are many reasons why people want to flee Venezuela, right? The conditions inside of the country are just unlivable. And this is why you're seeing 50,000 Venezuelans crossing the border to Colombia every single day. Again, this is 50,000 people crossing the border every single day. Most of them are just crossing to get food and medicine, and they're going back to Venezuela, right? But about 5,000 to 7,000 are staying in Colombia permanently. These are not just statistics, right? These are human beings who deserve freedom and who deserve dignity. And this is what you have right now. You have, these numbers need to be updated, but today you have 2 million Venezuelans in Colombia, you have 750,000 in Ecuador and Peru, you have about 250,000 in Peru, in Chile, Brazil, and Argentina combined. You have about half of a million Venezuelans are between Europe and North America. So if you start adding all these numbers and add the people who fled the country even before, in the last 10, 20 years, you have about 4 million Venezuelans, right? And this represents almost 15% of the Venezuelan population, which is 30 million people. And now, I know most of you have heard about Venezuela in the last 2 weeks. There's a lot going on. And I just want to take a brief minute to explain what's happening. Maduro threw fraudulent elections in May of 2018, last year. And you know, Venezuelans are used to corrupt elections. But these elections were so obscene that even for the Venezuelan standard, right? And this is why more than 50 countries did not recognize the results and denounced elections as a fraud. When this situation happens, the Venezuelan constitution says that the presidency office should be taken temporary in a provisional basis by the president of the National Assembly. The main objective here is for him, the president of the National Assembly, to host free and fair elections and recover the civil liberties that were taken away from the previous process, right? And that's what we have today. Venezuela has a new president. His name is Juan Guaido. He was elected to the National Assembly. He's a 35-year-old young guy. And I just learned this morning that he has tweeted before about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. So I'm encouraged to see what else he has in mind on this space. But the main point here is that, you know, we have a new president, and Maduro is no longer president. And that's why you see all these movements and the legal diplomatic implications of recognizing a new president in a country, right? And I can't really cover all the details of what's happening today, but I'm happy to chat with any of you if you want to learn more about what's happening today in Venezuela. Well, now that you have a context, I want to turn now into the repressive systems that Venezuelans are facing today. And maybe one of the most important is surveillance and control, right? Like every single state has some sort of surveillance and control system, including democratic countries like the US or the UK, but also private companies, right? We heard that yesterday. And you know, most of these surveillance systems vary depending on how much sophisticated they are, right? But when it comes to repressive nations, repressive states like China, like Russia, like North Korea, then you get the problem of that they do not respect basic human rights. And that's really the main difference that I want to highlight. This is the main tool that the Venezuelan regime has been using to control and surveil the Venezuelan people. It's called Carnet de la Patria. In English, it's the fatherland card. It's kind of a low-tech version of the Chinese social credit system. However, this Carnet de la Patria combines food rationing, gas, and voting. So it kind of goes a little bit further, right? And, sorry. One important point here is that these tools especially are targeted to the most vulnerable, marginalized Venezuelans, the poor people, right? So it's a very important point. Petro, the elephant in the room. I'm sure most of you have heard about Petro. Petro is nothing more than a campaign and a money-making scheme. This currency is not a real currency. It's not a real cryptocurrency. Is closer to a security, and the regime used it illegally to try to issue new debt. But you can't. It's not real. You can't really buy it. You can't sell it. You can't find it anywhere. So it doesn't really exist. It's just in the minds of the regime, basically. But the larger and more important point that I want to make here is that fiat money is highly regulated. It's highly controlled through exchange control systems, to banking controls, to banking surveillance, right? And these are common features in oppressed societies that you see, again, all across different oppressive regimes. Surveillance and social control, rigged voting, lack of civil liberties, lack of transparency, lack of property rights, lack of press and internet freedoms, populism and misinformation campaigns. And you know, the important point here is that all of these problems, all of these issues come down to centralized powers. And as all of you know, absolute power corrupts absolute, right? So it's something that we all need to keep in mind. Now I want to talk about how decentralized technology is helping today Venezuela. And I don't want to spend much time on this. I know most of you are familiar with cryptocurrency use cases, but I'm going to touch on two very important points. One is humanitarian relief, and the other one is voting. So aside from smuggling, cryptocurrency today is the only way to get humanitarian aid in Venezuela. And the reason is because the Maduro regime has continuously rejected humanitarian aid from abroad, despite the biggest humanitarian crisis that we see, right? There are groups on the ground in Venezuela receiving cryptocurrency donations and using those donations to buy food and distribute it among the most needed. There's another very interesting initiative that was born actually in Berlin, in EVE Berlin hackathon last year. The name of the project is Crypto for Christmas. And it basically uses NFT Christmas cards and donations to nonprofits, including Airdrop Venezuela and Bitcoin Venezuela, right? via the GiveF app, by the way, which is amazing. It will be very interesting to see more tests like this, maybe using, implementing the AraCon voting app to, involve Venezuelans so they can maybe decide, participate, or where this donation should go, right? Because at the end of the day, the Venezuelans are the ones who are the most needed. Voting on political participation is also very important, and it's another way how this decentralized technology, freedom technology, can empower oppressed people, in oppressed societies. And it's basically building censorship-resistant voting mechanisms for political participation is vital. Venezuela has very high percentage of voting participation compared to other average around the world. And despite that, the regime threatens and has imprisoned many political prisoners, many political leaders, and the Venezuelan people always try to use the voting as a mechanism, right? However, today they completely lost the trust of the local committee. There is no trust anymore. They don't vote anymore, and that's a huge, huge problem, right? And just in the last 8 days, there have been more than 850 political prisoners. They have put 700 of them in prison, and many of them are underage kids. To be precisely, 77 underage kids are in prison right now just because they were protesting last week in a massive protest in Caracas. Voting, today we have a huge task for President Guaido, right? Because he needs to host free and fair elections to lead the transition to democracy of the country. But there are no way that he can use the current electoral committee in Venezuela. As I mentioned, no one really trusts the voting committee right now in Venezuela. The current plan is to replace the board members of the electoral committee in the hoping that this will solve the issue. I think this is a naive assumption. I think that need is to replace the whole system with, manipulation-resistant voting mechanisms. So that's why today is a very important task for all of us to think about. There are other ways to help today. As I mentioned, that there is 13% of the Venezuelan population are outside of the territory. Most of these Venezuelans are highly educated. They are somehow technical savvy. However, none of them are involved, right, on the decision making on any way on what's happening in Venezuela. So there is a huge gap there where I think we can all think about on how to help. The other issue is identity. Like in the blockchain space, Venezuelans are also struggling with identity issues. Most of Venezuelans have limited access to passports, to national IDs, and this leaving many Venezuelans trapped in Venezuela. And the ones who decide to flee the country without passports are very vulnerable, right? They can't work, they can't receive aid, they can't even prove who they are. So it's a very important issue that I think we should also keep in mind. So all the tools that we're talking about so far, need internet. And guess what? Venezuela is also struggling with the internet, mainly in two ways. One, the internet in Venezuela, the speed is one of the lowest one in the world. And you also there's a lot of electricity blackouts in Venezuela, so the access to internet is really, really limited. The other reason, the other issue is that the regime has used censorship, right? They're really good at blocking websites like Twitter, Facebook, Wikipedia, news websites, especially on the days that are more important for the Venezuelan people, like when there is a protest and when there is a big news, big day happening, they go and block the website. So it's a big issue that I think we need to keep in mind too. Finally, I want to talk and look ahead to rebuilding and recovering from authoritarian regimes, right? And this is a question that really keeps me awake at night. And it's how to build institutions in a way that these problems don't come back, right? And when I think about this, and being in Washington, I don't think the tools from the 20th century are the tools that we need, especially when it comes to failed states like Venezuela. Tragically, the international war institutions and organizations have failed to properly address corrupt, oppressed systems. Organizations such as the UN, such as the World Bank, such as the IMF, they have a mandate to address poverty, health, peace, but they have failed when it comes to stand up against oppression. And we don't also have good examples of rebuilding institutions either, because most of the examples are highly centralized and not inclusive. And the examples, the list is long. We can go on over, but they're not good examples of rebuilding institutions based on the current organizations. So, and as I mentioned before, the mafia state is very entrenched in the institutions and governance in Venezuela. So Venezuela will need not only to dismantle the institutions and the government, but also will have to deal with narco-trafficking and other nefarious activities. When it comes to Venezuela, Venezuela is going to really need to rebuild the whole institutional government in all ways, in all sectors. But I think there are three key pillars here that I think are highly relevant for the humanist technology that we're all talking about in these last 2 days. One is transparency and corruption, right? The second one is justice and dispute resolution. And the third one is property rights. When it comes to transparency and corruption, Venezuela is one of the most corrupt countries in the world. And in fact, their estimates are that $1 trillion have been stolen from the Venezuelan people. The regime has been used 2 main mechanisms to steal that money. One is the state-owned company PDVSA, and also through public contracts or procurement. So there are 3 main ways that I think it would be interesting to think about when it comes to rebuilding Venezuela during a day-after scenario. One is efficient and transparent fund management of the world's biggest oil reserve, right? So think about PDVSA, maybe making PDVSA DAO would be interesting. A second way, because Venezuela has so many presence of oil companies from all over the world, maybe making a network of decentralized organization for private oil companies would be also very interesting. The second way, and this is crucial, is transparency in government spending and procurement. As I mentioned, the regime used government contracts and money to steal money. They literally send contracts to their family, their friends, and boom, corruption happens, right? And they steal the money. So having able to be to track all the transactions and all the spending from the government is going to be crucial during the day after scenario. And lastly, but not least, access to public data. There's no public data at all in this country and in many other countries, obviously. So when it comes to public data, I think it's key to keep track of all the transactions and the indicators that are occurring. The second pillar is justice, right? You can't really rebuild any nation without a strong, robust justice. And in Venezuela, you have now 95% of homicide cases are not resolved. In fact, justice is being used as a political tool. And in the last 20 years, you can literally walk in a courtroom and buy and purchase the ruling that you desire. That's how corrupt the justice system is in Venezuela. I want to emphasize that these problems are not at the top level. They come from local courts all the way to the top, to the Supreme Court. In fact, Maduro packed the Supreme Court with loyalists. So it's a very important challenge. And one of the big gaps for the day after scenario in Venezuela is to build effective dispute resolution mechanisms, right? And this is where the AraCon core can maybe help. This is a Supreme Court building in downtown Caracas. You can see people literally burning down the building. Property rights. That's the third pillar and the last one. Venezuela ranks as one of the worst countries to protect property rights. There has been more than 1,200 expropriations of big companies in the last decade. When it comes to, obviously this is an area where public blockchain can help by providing and securing ownership. In Venezuela, but also in other repressive environments, it's really hard to secure and maintain ownership. And I will encourage you to read economist Hernando Di Soto. He wrote this book, The Wealth of Capital, which basically explained that the bedrock for prosperity and progress is property rights. You need to protect property rights and encourage the ownership. And I think there is a huge gap, even including for a day after scenario in Venezuela, when it comes to property rights. And to sum up, and I want you to leave with these three points. Helping rebuild failed state. This technology can help rebuild failed state, especially when it comes to bad institutions, bad money, bad governance, and no accountability, no trust. Basically, everything will need to be built from the scratch. So it's an opportunity. And the second point is that it will help restore civil liberties. And third but not least, opting into an organization and governance is crucial, right? Like for the first time in rebuilding nation states history, the rebuild of Venezuela will allow citizens to opt into organizations that can experiment with new types of organizations, right? And opt into emerging governance solutions. Just to leave you with this last message, freedom is a daily exercise. It's a daily choice. And it's at the heart of the AraCon Manifesto. So I will challenge all of us to not be neutral on the face of injustice. This is equally important when we think about rebuilding the organizations of the future. Thank you very much.
Where can people find you if they want to talk more about how they can actually
get
more involved?
Yes, no, thank you. So my Twitter account is Moises Rendon, just my name and my last name. Just here at the bottom. Sorry. You're not plugged in anymore. Yeah, the first slide has it. But it's Moises Rendon on Twitter, and my email, if you want to write it too, is as Moises, Rendon, my last name, @csis.org. Really happy to follow up any conversation and looking forward to more discussions. Thanks.
Super important. Thank you so much for that, Moises. Changing gears quite a bit, actually. We're going to hear from Melton Demures. She's the Chief Strategy Officer at CoinShares. She's making a case today for so-called crypto cartels. So I think that will be an interesting juxtaposition. Looking forward to hearing more.
All right, how's everyone doing? It's the end of the day. I think we're almost finished. Well, I'm really excited to be here. I think when initially the AraCon team approached me, there was some talk on Reddit that I shouldn't be allowed to speak, which I thought was really funny. We're talking about decentralized, censorship-resistant systems, and I think whenever we're encountered with ideas that we don't like, we have this urge to sort of repress those ideas. But today I want to talk to you, I want to use data, which is what I like to do, to just talk about how governance mechanisms and power actually works in a lot of the crypto economic systems that have been designed. And the last year has been a really exciting year. I started working in the crypto space about 5 years ago. And at that time, it was really just Bitcoin. And we always talked about this idea of staking and on-chain governance, and it sounded really exciting and futuristic. And it's now a reality. Now we have a number of protocols that are in existence where holders of tokens can actually participate in formal on-chain governance. And just seeing how these systems have been implemented, seeing what the result has been, arguably over their short lifespan, has been very insightful for me personally. And today I just want to share some of my observations. I want to link it back to some of the broader themes we're seeing around both on-chain and off-chain governance, and talk about where I think the ecosystem might be headed. So, disclosure, I invest in cryptocurrencies, companies in the space, so you can see all of my disclosures online. I'm going to talk about 5 protocols today, and I am an investor in 2 of them, Tezos and Decred, full disclosure, so you know my incentives. So here's what we're going to talk about. Number 1, on-chain governance. What is it? How is it working today? I want to talk a little bit about who has the right to govern. I think this is a question we explore a lot, and I think in particular this last discussion you just heard about Venezuela. That's the place where we're actually seeing this play out in real time. The third thing I want to talk about is who actually has the will to govern. So we'll talk a little bit about participation rates and what that tells us about who actually has an incentive in this case to do all of the work required to learn how to stake and participate in governance. I want to make a brief case for crypto cartels. When I say cartels, I don't mean them in the negative economic sense that we want to repress competitiveness. What I mean is I think there is a strong case here for collusion between actors who are financially incentivized to vote for certain outcomes, and they may actually be net positive outcomes. There's not always a net negative externality, but let's talk about it. And then I want to talk briefly about the history of political organizations, particularly a man named Polybius and what he came up with 3,000 years ago, which I think is still relevant today and might actually teach us something. All right, no one's asleep yet. So with that said, let's dive right into it. So I think governance is first and foremost a massive experiment, right? We're seeing this play out in the political world we live in today. In the US in particular, where I live, you know, governance right now is not working so well because our federal government is shut down. It's not operating. So that to me is, you know, interesting to be having this conversation at a time when many political systems in our world are not performing the way we would expect them to. But when I think about blockchain governance, really what I think about is you have these various layers of the blockchain stack. So we have the protocols. On top of that, we have networks where these protocols get expressed in physical compute space. And there you have miners, people running nodes. In some cases, you have people running block producers, baking services, whatever they may be called, and with the particular consensus mechanism of that protocol. And then what's been interesting to see is the emergence of both on-chain governance tools and off-chain governance tools. And then on top of that, we have the application layer where people are building applications, products, services that token holders, users would interact with. So at the on-chain layer, what I think has been interesting to see is the rise of delegation services, voting service providers, staking pools, and other services that really intend to aggregate and provide proxy voting tools to participants in a network. And then the off-chain layer, I think particularly with the ICO boom over the last 2 years, we've seen the creation of these foundations. I think the Ethereum Foundation was one of the first to pioneer it, but we see more and more entities evolving to using voting tools, polling tools, providing community updates, having forums, having foundations that really play this role of creating formal and informal governance mechanisms to enable people to talk at a social level first and then make decisions that may or may not be encoded into the protocol. So current on-chain governance projects. So again, we're going to go through quite a bit of data. Hopefully it's not too boring. And I will post all of the slides online after this, so no need to take photos, etc., unless you really want to. I share everything online. So let's go through them really quickly. So we have these 5 different protocols I want to talk about that are probably the best established proof of stake kind of on-chain governance projects. So EOS has been around less than a year. What I think is really interesting about this column, what I outlined is what's the mechanism for consensus? How long has the network been running? I call this age. What does participation in the network look like? How many parties are involved in participating in the network? And what is the risk model for people who decide to participate in governance? Because that's very important. In cases where you actually have to expose your assets to risk by putting them on chain, by giving them to a counterparty, by giving up control of the assets themselves, there's actually a very strong disincentive for people to participate in governance unless they have certain guarantees about that level of risk and the implied reward of participating in governance. So just looking at some of the statistics here, in EOS, only 25% of EOS holders are actually actively involved in voting for the block producers. So that to me is a fairly low number. If we look at the Dash model, 55% of all Dash in circulation is allocated to these things called master nodes, and there are roughly 5,000 quote-unquote master nodes. If we look at NEO, NEO's one where it's really difficult to get information about how governance in NEO works, but the foundation underlying NEO holds 50% of all of the tokens, and they run the majority of the nodes in the NEO network. Tezos, which is where I run a baking service, so I have my own delegation service that I run. It's been a very interesting experiment. There are around 500 bakers that provide services to people who hold tokens, and roughly 80% of the tokens have been delegated, meaning they'll participate in on-chain governance. And there are very different risk models. You can delegate at no risk, but if you want to bake and actually have a vote, you have to take a material amount of risk. And then lastly, Decred is kind of a unique one that uses a hybrid mechanism. We actually use your Decred to buy tickets. These tickets can then be utilized to vote. You do have to pay a transaction fee. Your Decred is locked when you purchase a ticket. And there are these things called voting service providers that will help you vote. They typically charge a fee, and roughly 50% of the Decred in circulation is actively being used to buy tickets and vote on propositions. But what I think is really interesting, so we went from these things being experiments, and now today these 5 networks actually represent roughly $4 billion of market value. So to me, that's a really interesting sign that people are interested in implementing on-chain governance. They are interested in experimenting with these new tools, and people are willing to put a significant amount of financial capital onto these very experimental, very new networks. So in a way, this is very heartening for the future of on-chain governance. So then I want to talk a little bit, I have some more numbers, why risk and reward matter. So if we look here, I've written a little bit about the governance model for each protocol, what it means to set up a service that participates in governance, what the risk model is, and what the ROI is for participating in governance. So in EOS, you get nothing, supposedly, for voting for block producers, but now actually there are block producers who are paying people to vote for them. So think about that. That's a little weird. It's quite expensive to run a block producer. And the ROI is quite high if you run one, but if you vote, there's no ROI. In Dash, master nodes get to vote on governance. You need a lot of Dash, about $67,000 worth to run a node, but there's really no risk, and you get an ROI of 7 to 10% per year. In NEO, there are these consensus nodes, and there's a time lock on your NEO when you elect nodes, but you don't really get a return. You just get to choose who makes changes to the protocol. Tezos is the one I know best. Bakers are going to vote in these things called amendment processes. There hasn't been an amendment yet, but there will be one in February, which I'm excited about, so I'll actually get to test this mechanism. And people pay a fee to delegate. If you're a baker, you have to have at least $4,000 worth of Tezos, or what's called a roll to bake. And if you bake, you take risk because you stake 10% of your tokens on chain, so there's a risk of theft, but the ROI is pretty high, 5 to 15%, which is pretty good. And then lastly, we talked about Decred's ticket mechanism a bit, and tickets are really expensive. Tickets at today's prices are roughly $2,000 a ticket, but if you only own a couple of Decred, you can't really participate in voting. There are people trying to design services and tools that will allow that, but it doesn't really exist yet. But really what I want to illuminate here is participating in governance is really confusing. This is just 5 protocols we've talked about. There are dozens of protocols coming out that are trying to implement on-chain governance, and your average user has a really, really hard time figuring out how to do this for just one protocol. I know for myself, I spent about 80 hours trying to figure out how to set up a Tezos delegation service, how to run a Baker, etc. And so there's a real human cost, a real trade-off in terms of the time and energy people have to invest to participate in these systems, which is really relevant here. All right, so why does this matter? Why this matters is because of power. Politics is about power. What we just heard about Venezuela, a lot of these decisions that get made by people who want to either A, exert power, B, preserve their power, or C, take power from others, or, in a positive case, extend power to others. So they're really 4 parties, in my view, that constitute the power players in any particular protocol. There's the exchanges, right? Exchange users, they centralize all of these tokens on exchange, and typically they really have no control over their keys or their assets. They're using a central intermediary to custody these assets. So they have limited ability to stake or delegate their tokens, although some protocols have, and some exchanges are offering these services. And some exchanges, actually, I've heard, are delegating tokens for profit without the approval of the token holders or without sharing those proceeds with token holders. So it's kind of like a bank taking your money, lending it out, and not paying you any of the risk capital in return. Interesting. Let's talk about investors. So we have all of these crypto funds and VCs and investors who buy really material amounts of these tokens, and they have vested interest in a specific outcome. An investor is a fiduciary. Their responsibility is not to deploy a network or to run a cool social experiment. It's to make money for their investors. And I think we sometimes forget this dichotomy in crypto land. They're heavily pursued by service providers who charge 5–10% to set up these staking services for them and help them in governance. And then some of these funds also actively collude to run their own pools and their own staking services. A great example is in the case of EOS. There was a lot of discussion in the EOS community about collusion between large Chinese investors and the exchange Huobi to run EOS block producers and ensure that a certain number of votes went to specific block producers to ensure they kept receiving the block reward. Interesting. Then we have foundations. So in many cases, the foundations underlying these protocols are granted or given a certain number of tokens or a certain percentage of tokens in order to help steward the development of these protocols. Now, typically, these foundations shouldn't have the right to vote in governance outcomes, right? It seems a little bit of a conflict of interest if a foundation has 30–50% of tokens that they're participating in voting because they automatically would have a supermajority. Well, in some cases, foundations may be incentivized to vote or to proxy their voting to others in order to grant themselves more capital. However, I think a lot of foundations are also actively looking into research and tools to enable voting and participation in governance to become easier. And then lastly, the project teams themselves. Again, these people own a lot of tokens. There's limited clarity as to how many tokens these teams are receiving, whether they're using them to stake or participate in governance, and there's really no disclosure around conflicts, which I think is really troubling, particularly when we talk about politics. All right, so let's talk about the incentives. And again, we're going to go back to this data outlook. So if we look at all these different protocols and the way that exchanges, investors, foundations, and teams interact with them, it starts to become very, very clear that in each of these cases, there are certain groups that have a lot of power in the governance of these protocols, and as a result, are incentivized to collaborate in specific ways to maintain their power over these protocols. And it's very, very difficult to find this information. You have to do a lot of digging. I myself spent about 4 hours last night trying to fill in holes in this table, and if anyone has better sources than I do, would welcome that. But there are all of these funny games going on when it comes to these players and how they participate in the governance of these systems. And it's very important to me for us to understand and to have transparency around how the systems we participate in and the systems we support with our capital, not just our financial capital, but our human capital, our talent, and our social capital, and our time and energy. It's very important that we understand how they're governed, how they're run, and what the power structure is. To me, that's one of the most important things we're examining here. And to be frank, as a community, I don't think we're doing a great job, myself included, which is why I wanted to come and talk about it here. And turnout really depends on stakes. What I was thinking about is, okay, well, how many people typically vote? Right, and turnout is often going to depend on the stakes. So some recent political events here in blue, recent German election had nearly 80% turnout, right? It's a really critical election, a lot going on in the Eurozone. Brexit, 75% turnout. Again, really critical event. These are representative voting systems, but they work. US 2016 election, nearly 60% turnout. But then we look at what's happening in these on-chain governance proposals. Again, depending on how large the size of the pot is or how important the decision is, turnout can really differ. From a Dash masternode perspective, we see about 55% participation. When Decred rolled out their Politeia system to decentralize their treasury and allow people to vote on how money was spent using their Decred tickets, we saw about a 50% turnout. EOS, surprisingly, despite how much capital is at stake, has a fairly low voter turnout, which is shocking to me. One of my assumptions here is that many EOS holders use exchanges to hold their EOS and aren't actively managing their EOS themselves, which may explain why turnout is so low. We look at the Ethereum hard fork in 2016. Only 5% of Ether holders participated in that vote. 5%, and that was a pretty important decision to roll back the chain. And more importantly, that 5% of Ethereum tokens that participated mostly belonged to large holders. It represented a very small sample size of the population. So very interesting. And then AraCon, why we're here, one of the issues that's been discussed in the AraCon community is how to make voting easier and encourage higher turnout, particularly in the AGP1 vote that happened. I think turnout was around 3%, John? I'm looking at you. You know the facts here. But again, I think, it's great that we have these tools. It's great that we have the capability to use these systems. But if people find these tools really difficult to use, if they're very complex to use, if they require capital, if they require technical expertise, how are we going to get people to participate in these systems? These are very real design problems that aren't about how brilliant the tech is or how complex the systems can be. It's about how we very simply get people to go and fucking vote. Like, this is a problem we've tried to solve in America, and it's really hard. But how do we get people to go and vote? This is a really important question. So governance, in my view, is really a skill. And this is where my call for collusion and cartels comes in. And I promise you, it's not negative. It's intended to be positive. But if you think about participating in governance, it really requires 3 skills. It requires technical skill, it requires financial skill, and it requires political skill. Today, you need stable hardware. You need the ability to custody assets that may be at risk. You need to have high uptime or availability. In Decred in particular, your wallet must be online at all times. You can't miss blocks, etc. Tomorrow, as these systems grow and expand, and as the amount of capital involved in these systems grows and expands, it's going to become much more important to have simple interfaces, tools to help people manage taxes, particularly if they receive income. You need stable, secure infrastructure and facilities that are resilient to attack, whether those are cyber attacks or physical attacks, especially if these systems are going to have material value on them. In terms of financial competence, today there are a lot of mechanics around calculating ROI, particularly in an environment where token prices are falling 80, 90%. If you lock up a bunch of tokens to stake, there's 0 ROI. Even if the return is 100% in token terms, you're still losing capital because you own more of something that has lost a bunch of value. So how do you think about ROI? How do you think about participation? In the future, there are a lot of needs for automated accounting tools, automated payout tools, thinking about compounding interest, transparency around how fee structures work and who gets what part of a fee, and also more engineering around stakeholder incentives. I think it's interesting to hear that we now have EOS block producers sharing their block reward with people who vote for them. Right? In a way, this is what happens in where I'm from in Turkey. The government pays people to vote for them. It's a crazy dynamic, but you can see why there's an incentive. And then lastly, I think what we tend to ignore in crypto, because we like to believe it's a meritocracy, is we are all politicians at the end of the day. Humans since the dawn of time have been political animals, and we see this expressed in the crypto world through thought leadership. People blog, people tweet, people go to conferences like these and speak. Myself, I'm here on a stage. But if you look at the future, I think we're going to see a lot more proxy voting. We're going to see people with political competence start to enter this ecosystem. And when the stakes get high enough, you're going to start people come in and campaign, manage optics, engage in mass scale marketing. And you have to have really deep knowledge of these projects and governance mechanisms to do that effectively. So where does this lead all of us? If we put it all together, right, if we think about competitive markets, there's really this spectrum that markets exist on. And on one end, you have perfect competition. And on the other end, you have a completely non-competitive market where it's just a monopoly, there's no competition at all. Today, most businesses, particularly online businesses, operate closer to the monopoly part of the scale. But if we think about what we're trying to do with crypto, what we really want is we want to have competition, but we also need social coordination. So I actually think we kind of exist in this state that's somewhere between pure competition and pure monopoly, where we can have explicit or implicit agreements to collude to maximize profits or maximize outcomes, depending on your incentives, which can take the form of joint ventures, mergers, partnerships, and cartels. And we see this all the time. Think about all of the partnership announcements that come out. It's typically people collaborating to provide some sort of new service to make these projects more valuable, to make them more functional. So again, when I say oligopoly, when I say cartel, these are not necessarily negative social structures. They can have positive impacts, but it's important to recognize that these are implicit and explicit agreements to collude and collaborate towards specific outcomes, and communicating how that happens is very important. And the incentives are huge, right? In EOS, if you get to run a block producer at today's prices, you get $5 million a year. Who here would like $5 million a year? No one? No one? Okay, thank you for being honest. All right, that's a lot of money. There's a big incentive here. If the price of that token goes up 2x, all of a sudden that's 10 million. If we look at NEO, it's $1 million. If we look at Tezos, it's 500,000 or more. There are massive financial incentives for people, and it's naive to ignore the dynamics that are at play here. And so what we're seeing is emergent collusion between these players. And really, I think this is not a bad thing. The type of work that's being done on these different networks should influence who's doing the work. Not all networks are built the same. No one has the expertise to participate in governance on all of these networks. Funds don't have the capacity to do this themselves, and individual investors and holders certainly don't. So I am all for the creation of tools like AraCon and others that enable people to participate in governance simply by proxying out their vote, by understanding what type of entity they're giving their tokens to make it easier, because if it's really, really hard and really complex and technical and requires a lot of capital, no one's going to do it. And speculators are not users. You have to remember that not everyone's incentive is to participate in governance. There are a lot of people in the crypto community who participate in these networks who have a motive of profit. And so lastly, I'll end with this sequence, which I think is like a fun little history lesson. So Polybius was this philosopher 3,000 years ago, and he basically looked at all these different forms of governance and realized that all forms of human political organization go in this sort of cycle. You start with a monarchy, a leader emerges, he's wise, he has a lot of talent, he's very influential, and that leader passes power to his offspring through heredity. It's a monarchy. Then it goes to tyranny, right? Everyone's like, oh, this is authoritarian. And so the aristocrats, the influential, powerful people emerge, and they take power and overthrow the monarchy. Then they pass that off to their offspring. Everyone gets tired of it, and democracy emerges. Rule by many. But democracy is a weak and fragile structure, as we see. And then what we see is everyone gets entitled, and the mob emerges, and people begin to shout, and everyone gets angry, and the democracy caters to the rule of the mob, and it becomes an ochlocracy. And then eventually, in that chaos and anarchy, you see another leader emerge. And you could basically map this to several crypto protocols if you wanted to, where you see one strong leader, that strong leader sort of gets overthrown, a mob rises up, becomes angry, new leader emerges. So look, I'm not trying to poke fun at anything here, but I do think there's a lot to learn from historical forms of governance. So lessons: rulers must have short tenure, keep them from becoming despots. External threats, fighting against someone else preserves peace, so find a common enemy. It's a great way to build community. If any one individual has too much power, monetary, political, military, banish them. So think about that in the context of crypto assets. Decision makers and governance bodies should never accept money, right? They should be funded in a non sort of conflicting way to keep them neutral. The middle class, or a group of mid-sized decision makers, should be very large. We don't have that in protocols today. There's like people who hold a lot of tokens and people with very small amounts. And then most importantly, education. People need to understand law, history, constitution, governance so that they know how to maintain good governance. So that's all I had to say. Hopefully you found that interesting. Email me, tweet me, come find me. Thanks for your time.
Hey everyone, it's coffee time! Yay! Thank you, Meltem. If you can all be back here in 20 minutes, go get a cup. There's some little treats out there. Come back. We've got the final stretch is going to be really good.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 5 minutes.
This is a journey into sound. A journey which along the way will bring to you in speed. In
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Hello. Everyone, come hang out over here up close. You want to get up close and personal. Who remembers the DAO? The original DAO. super exciting because we've got Christoph Jensch, who's the co-founder and CEO of Slockit and the author of the original DAO. And he's here to tell us a little bit about what happened from his perspective and what the takeaways were from that. So welcome.
Thank you very much for having me here today. So I was really looking forward to this. Some of you know about the DAO. Some of you have been around during the time. Some of you have read something from some source, and there's a lot of good information, a lot of wrong information around. So my goal today is actually to just tell you the story from my perspective. So what basically happened, without going into too much details in this short time. I've not prepared any slides, so I just try to tell you the story how I remember it. It's almost 3 years ago. It was a very interesting time. So let's maybe start with 2014, when I started working for the Ethereum Foundation. I was mostly working on tests, so testing that all the client implementations were true to the yellow paper, the technical specification. So security was, of course, my #1 goal. That's what I was doing. You could say I was trying to avoid hard forks to some extent, trying to say that all those clients were compatible with each other. And at the end of 2015, Stefan Tual, who was the Chief Communication Officer of Ethereum, who's responsible for a lot of the community building and especially all the meetups that just happened afterwards, joined us, and my brother Simon Jensch, we created Slockit. 2016, there was no real ICO run or anything like what you saw 2017 or later. Actually, if you could say Ethereum was something like an ICO or crowd sale, Augur was the next one. And we had this idea of connecting devices to the blockchain so people could pay in order to use them. So some of you may remember DEFCON 1, we showed a nice door lock and how you could pay to open it and basically apply it to something like a decentralized Airbnb or something in this direction. So when we had this idea, actually the first presentation was in summer 2014, New York, with Joe Lubin, and we thought about how do we fund this? And speak about DAOs, speak about ICOs. Back then the thought was, well, we could do something like an ICO or token. And the story was really, I was writing the smart contract. Back then, ERC20 token just started to be discussed. And I thought, well, we have Ethereum now. Ethereum is so powerful. I feel a bit bad just doing a token. I mean, we can do much, much more. Let's give those people power over what we do so that we have, they can vote on what we do with the money. Then later I said, well, that's not enough, because even if they vote, we don't have to do it, because the money is already with us, if we would have gone this way. So we said, let's keep the money in the smart contract, and then we make a proposal to get some out of it. So that would be, they would be in control, but we would be the only one receiving it. After further discussing this with our co-founders and with the community, like there was starting a crowd on Slack of about 5,000 people, we said, let's open this up completely. Everybody can put money in. Everybody can make a proposal to get something out. Slockit would only be there to, you could say, I don't know if it's the right word to say bootstrapping the system, but more like writing the smart contract, writing the paper, giving the idea out, but then step back and see if we maybe would get some money out of the DAO or not. So this was actually a thought process, how we arrived there. This was not like we started out, let's build a DAO. Then there was a lot of pressure on us. Just think about, it was around this time actually, 3 years ago. We didn't have much money. We went like 6 months without any salary, and that was before Ether was anything near what it was today. And we had about 5,000 or 6,000 people on Slack asking every day, when will the contract be deployed? When is the DAO ready? And I was coding there and feeling like a vibe behind me, faster, do faster. But we also had good contributions. We had about 18 people contributing to the code itself. And I remember, of course, security was always in my mind. I thought about what can we do. We had excellent advisors. I tried to speak with them. But of course, we also did a security audit. We actually tried to find a company who could do this. So the only company in my mind was actually Deja Vu in Seattle. This is the company which audited the Ethereum clients. So actually flew to Seattle, got an audit there, said everything looks good, no bugs, great. So coming back, Again, it was open source. Everybody looked at it again and again and said, I think it's done, but I want to do more tests. In the end, I just tested, does the split DAO function work? So can people get their money out again in case something does go wrong? Do proposals work? So if something goes wrong, we can deploy a new contract, make a proposal to put all the money into the new one, and this could fix problems. So the main things, they actually work. We had full test coverage. I still felt very, very nervous. And so, but at some point, I said, there's not much more I can do at this point. It felt like looking at this code for days and days. We had many people look at it, so I released the version 1.0. And this was the point when Sloggett said, now we are done. We have a white paper, we have the version 1.0, let's see what the community does with it. This was basically the story then. So you know what happened, to our very big surprise. Of course, many people deployed DAOs. That's also an important thing. We call this thing DAO framework, and there are many DAOs deployed according to this framework, but of course only one really took off. So people put money in, and way, way, way more than we expected. I mean, nobody expected 14% of all Ether, or roughly $150 million, depending on the Ether price. Actually, the price of Ether went up, that at some point, actually it holds something like $220 million. So this was something very scary. And those people who have been around me at the time, I mean, there's Griff, he may be somewhere in the audience. Done. This was my feeling, like this was not what was planned. But well, now we are here, so let's try to make the best of it. There was then the paper coming out from Vlad Semvier and Emin Günzira about some game theoretical flaws, how there was a bias towards yes, and other things. We are trying to fix those problems in the code so we could release a version 1.1 so people could move then towards this. This was the thought. Maybe to give you a quick overview of what the DAO code actually did. So the DAO code was very, very simple. It just had a contract where there was a token contract, standard ERC20. Then one contract inherited from this, just create tokens where you could put Ether in and get DAO tokens out. Very simple. And a refund function in the case of we wouldn't reach a minimal limit, which you didn't need. And then there was a DAO contract itself. And the problem back then was the block gas limit was only 3.14 million. So I couldn't put much in to deploy the contract at once. So we put in just creating a proposal, executing a proposal. This was just tallying the votes, and if more yes than no, and if a minimal quorum of about 20% was reached, then the transaction would be executed. And this is mostly it. And we had a set of curators. Their power was to create a whitelist or put addresses on there which could receive funds. It was something like a failsafe, but you could also say it was a centralized element in the DAO itself. Certainly first version. And this also brings the point that there are many things we are missing, like a really good user interface, better explanations, maybe a legal structure behind it. We always had this question, should we as Sloggett do all of those things? It needs to be there at some point, but at which point do you start releasing the codes, so to say? How do you bootstrap a decentralized system without being in charge? This was, I think, the biggest problem we had at this point. So we said, well, even the name of the DAO itself, so that we cannot decide the name, the community needs to do this. That's why the DAO was just a placeholder, and people intended to vote on the name later on. And even the legal structure, there was a lawyer who said, I can make a proposal to the DAO to set up a limited liability company in Switzerland or somewhere else which would represent them. But we said, well, let's do this later. Once the DAO exists, you can make a proposal, and if they want to, they can. But the token holders are always in charge. This was always the mindset we had in the time. Well, then you know what happened. Somewhere around beginning of July, there was this re-entrancy bug which got exploited. I always think about why I didn't find it, but well, I think I was just mentally not in the stage of finding those little things anymore. And I was actually about 2 weeks on a break, didn't look at the code for this time. Then my brother was calling me like Friday morning, 8 o'clock, and saying something strange is happening. Just look at the blockchain explorer. Some irregular, like always money is going out. So you could just see how the money was flowing out. You could do nothing. There was no governance on top of the DAO except of the DAO token holders could vote for proposals, but this would take 2 weeks. So too long. So there was no emergency button, no shutting something down. We had no control over it whatsoever. So we of course talked to the Ethereum Foundation people, to developers, and to many others. But here you could feel what Ethereum governance was like. because there was no formal governance at Ethereum, of course. So who could decide? Who could decide for a hard fork? Who would decide which code to use? And this was a total disaster or mess the next 5 or 6 weeks. I felt like I was trying to orchestrate something without any power. So of course our hope was, we just wanted that everybody got their money back, and then this capital is closed for me. This was our goal, of course. And so we spoke with the miners, we spoke to others, they made a vote for the soft fork. Most miners were in favor of it, but there was a DDoS vulnerability found, so it was cancelled. Then we had about 4 weeks left. So I remember speaking with people from the foundation and said, well, we can't do a decision here, we can't speak about it, so we can't really do much. Of course, they were very helpful, as much as they could. Then you speak to the core developers if they want to implement the option of a hard fork. You say, well, if my boss tells me, speak to the boss, he's on vacation, he doesn't want to speak about it, he doesn't want to get in touch. So what to do? So someone put up a carbon vote, if you remember those days. So some people voted, and those who did vote, they were mostly in favor of a hard fork, miners and also users. But of course, it was only a small fraction of them. But this at least gave a good enough reason for the developers to implement the option of a hard fork. I wrote the technical specification back then, was implemented, and actually at this day went through very smoothly. So I remember this day. There was no Ethereum Classic at the day of the hard fork, or not in our minds at least. Of course, the day after, I got very weird emails from people who wanted to buy my old Ether from the old chain for 1 cent per token. There were really strange things happening with those exchanges back then. And then 3 days later, Barry Silbert pushed for ETC on Poloniex and so on, which is fine. Everybody can do in this ecosystem what they want. It's an opt-in system. People can opt into ETC or ETH. I have no bad feelings whatsoever. Completely also understand their reasonings. And well, but this was just telling the story from what I observed. It was a very tense time, of course. I had, how many children did I have back then? I have 6 children right now. I think back then it was 4 or 5. So you have still a lot of things to do at home. They want to get fed. You didn't have a salary for 6 months, and just people pushing you to work and work without any payment, of course. The DAO was not giving us any money. We did hope for making a proposal as Slockit to get paid by them in the future, but of course this doesn't happen, and of course not after the hard fork. So this was a very, very challenging time. So I think I covered most of the story itself. So maybe let's get to some lessons learned. At DEF CON 2, I spoke about smart contract security. This was the talk right after the DAO. I was advised not to talk about the DAO, unfortunately. I did want to, but they told me not to. But for several reasons, and I can also understand them. But actually, here's my first chance to really speak to this community about it, because I didn't really get a chance before. So, yeah, thank you very much. And you are actually the ones now pushing this topic forward. And I really feel for what you're doing. We learned, of course, smart contract security is one of the most critical and important things. And I think since in the last 3 years or 2.5 years, a lot of things have been done in this topic. We are years ahead, like in terms of best practices, in terms of tools. Now, you cannot imagine what it was like to write contracts back in those days. The first contracts I wrote were in bytecode. Then LLL came out. LLL was great. So I wrote those contracts in LLL. And then Solidity came out. And I was like, this is much better. So it's now so easy to write smart contracts. But then, of course, we learn from experience, the EVM contracts today, how much things can go wrong, what you need to watch out for. And people think, well, what could we have done differently? A lot of things. I mean, there were game theoretical flaws in the DAO contract. Technical flaws, actually many of them. But if you don't know what to look for in an audit, you just can't find it. Now people know about reentrancy, and they're looking for those things in an audit, and they find those issues, of course. Back then, this was just something not in our mind. We looked at things like the stack depth of 1024, which is not an issue anymore. We looked at hitting the block gas limit, having infinite loops or something. We did some kinds of things. I had a checklist of about 4 or 5 things, and of course, general best practices in software development. But today, this best practices list is so much longer, and so I think we are now at a stage where we can look at DAOs again. That DAO was way too early for its time. I think many of the stuff we are doing, and actually in the Ethereum ecosystem, has this one big problem of being too early. If you look at the presentations of DEF CON 0, I've been there, or DEF CON 1 in London, all great stuff. But why didn't it work out yet? It was too early. So, and now we are arriving at a time where smart contract security has reached a stage where we can dare to do such a thing again. But of course, still be very, very careful, step by step, putting a cap inside, and many, many other things. We have a community now who much better understands what's going on, also on the game theory side, on what options we have in governance, not just a simple vote as we did. You have quadratic voting, and you have all those nice tools we have built on top. So I'm really looking forward to 2019, what the AraCon community or DAOstack and Colony, what all of them are doing in terms of where DAO can take us. I think the DAO had one bad thing which came afterwards. The good thing was we learned a lot. But then people came and did all those ICOs, and many of them would have done proposals to the DAO, get money from them. I spoke to many of them, but for security reasons, they just did an ICO and didn't dare to do anything like a DAO or governance and something in this regard. They all said it's too dangerous. So we had this ICO madness in 2017. And I hope now, after this ICO madness, we come back to our roots. When we created Ethereum, when we did all of this, we thought about a world where we have full decentralization, full power of individuals. That's the world we have envisioned, but it's not what we have delivered last year. So I hope now with AraCon making such progress and all those other protocols, we can move again, you could say, back to the roots in some way, and not losing our values, creating those decentralized autonomous organizations which fulfill the promises of the early days. So that's what I'm really hoping for, and I hope you, and I of course will do my best to join you in this effort, can fulfill the promise of Ethereum and DAOs. So I thank you very much for having me here today, and I'm looking forward to work together and build the next generation of DAOs. Thank you very much. So, is there time for questions? I think there's time for one question or so. There's a box, okay. So is there anyone who has some question, or maybe one or two, 50 seconds? Yes, get this here.
If it had worked out, so you had implemented these child DAOs, if it had worked out, how did you envisage the DAO to evolve? Would it have split, splintered? Would it remain one? Good
question. So one very, very big misconception of the DAO was the notion of it being an investment fund. This was absolutely not what we had in mind when we started. In our mind, it was an organization which would fund the decentralized sharing economy, would more act like a company in the sense of paying Slockit to build some logs and some stuff which they would then own, pay a marketing company to do some other stuff, and pay a lawyer to do other things. More like a company, actually. After it has so much money, people thought of it as an investment fund, which we didn't comment on because we said, well, the DAO is not us, so let them they can do a charity out of this if they want to. It's just a smart contract, like a joint bank account. When it comes to a split DAO, well, the intent behind this was, in the case the curators would be malicious and not letting any proposals through, or there's nothing happening, then people would have the ability to split out and choose a different set of curators. Because when you deploy them, you have to put in some addresses as the first curators, in this model at least. So if you want to change them, the only way would be to split off the original DAO with a new set of curators, and everybody who wants to can follow you. So the idea was really a dynamic system which would evolve with, but only split DAO if you're not happy with the curators in this one. This would be this was the intention behind it. People also thought of, oh, this is the way how you get your money out. Technically, yes, but we didn't invent it in this way, that it's just, because you could have just a function of giving my money back. It would be much, much easier than the split DAO function. This was much more complicated. So, but this was our intention at least. Yeah. Okay, now it says 0. So I think we need to stop. Thank you very much.
All right, y'all. We are on the last panel of the day. That is not the last person or the last group to be up here. So, but I'm very excited to introduce to you this next panel. I'm going to bring John Light from AraCon 1 back to the stage, and he's going to be joined by Jordi Baylina, who is the tech lead at IDEN 3, Adam Stallard, co-founder of Bright ID, and Reuven Heck, co-founder of Viewport at Consensus.
I really want to use that.
Yeah. Good to see you again.
Oh, this is annoying light.
Thank you all for joining us for the last panel of the day. Identity is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. I think it's really important. We all have identities, even the inanimate objects have identities. So it's a really important topic, and I'm excited to have this really all-star panel to discuss it. So first, I want to give you all an opportunity to quickly introduce yourself and share a quick description of what you're working on with identity. We'll start with you.
Well, I'm Jordi Baylina. I'm the tech lead in IDEN 3. And yeah, mainly what we are doing in IDEN 3 is trying to solve identity. But you know, when talking about identity, it's like a huge spectrum, and we are working mainly in the basic, in the infrastructure layer, just identities, claims, and proof on those claims, and trying to bring that with privacy and scalability on that. That's mainly what we are trying to solve, to just try to get to put in place a protocol for that basic layer.
Cool. I'm Adam Stallard. I am with Bright ID, and I think that we need to bring self-sovereign identity to the masses. Like you said, everyone has an identity. They need to be in control of that, and I think that there's some amazing applications that can come out of that. One being universal basic income on a global scale. So I'm excited for all the things that identity will bring to the world.
My name is Reuven Heck. I work at Consensus, and I'm one of the co-founders from Viewport, which is one of the early projects in the space, focusing also on building identity on the Ethereum network. Our focus in the beginning was very much like building a tool for people to interact with the blockchain, but I think it evolved into a much bigger like self-sovereign identity system, which I think is a very core part of an enabling into this ecosystem when we deal with individuals, but also I think talking about identity about entities and devices and other things. So I think it's a very broad topic we need to cover. And my focus now in Consensus is really to connect the different identity-related products we have and work with the community on like really making sure that everything works for the use cases we all are working on.
Cool. And so building off of that, you mentioned a little bit that you started with one conception of identity and then it kind of expanded a bit, and now you're even talking about devices and stuff. So just so the audience has some context, when you say identity in your project, what does identity mean? What is the definition of identity to you? Just so we're on the same page when we say that word.
In our case, yeah, as I told before, for us, identity, you can think very much. It's not exactly that, but you can think an identity as an account. Of course, account probably linked to something that's unique, something that can take decisions for itself. That just as a single entity. But from the way that we are working in digital identity. We're working in identity that at the end is represented generally by an account or generally by a number, and this can do things like signing things, do actions, or maybe can do claims, or even the people can do claims over that identity. Sometimes we can even talk about passive identity. A chair it's half an identity by itself, and the people can make claims on that chair. So on the chair we can say that half identity, but the chair cannot sign. Or for example, when we are talking about companies, or we're talking about associations, they have also an identity. They can take decisions as itself. If you want, they have a number, okay, and they can hold Ether, they can vote, they can take decisions on that. They have an identity. So when we are talking about identity, mainly about the representation of a real identity in the space. In this case, in the blockchain, and as an account or something like that. I'm sure that Yeah, you can explain.
You want to first?
Sure. So for Bright ID, there's a very specific aspect of identity that's very important to us, and that is, are you a unique individual within whatever subsystem we're looking at? So if we're looking at a large system like the entire world, then if you're unique in that, then you're also unique in any subsystem. And that's really important to us, to really try to connect the whole world and see, be able to know whether someone is unique in that extremely large system so that we can use it for all these other smaller cases.
Yeah, I think we need to do a bit more work on how we synchronize on our terminology, because I think often when we, from a Uport perspective, thought about identity, you might have multiple identities. Your gaming identity, your legal identity of other forms. And when I talk about identity, I typically associate like an identifier and data, because ultimately your identity is the interactions you have done, the reputation you gained over time. So in our world, it's really important that we do this user-centric, and you can collect trust because you interact with many people in a verifiable way. And trust is so important, as we all know, for most of the other interactions you have in our world, not just in our space here, but just generally.
Clearly, a reputation system and identity system, they are mainly the same. People define identities as the set of reputation that the people have. So I would say that probably reputation is a subset of identity. So not everything is reputation. Identity is even a wider set.
Yep.
But clearly reputation can be very good represented.
Yeah.
I
think maybe just one comment. I think we all came from the very user-centric aspect, which I think is a core place. But in the conversations, when you think about DAO, like, okay, we have the concept of like all these entities that might be companies, and like we often like in for like demo and like others, okay, whatever, this is company X and they're signing something, and now we all know. But let's say companies are very complex creatures. Like, how do you know who in this company are actually authorized to do certain things? So it's a very complex system. And the second, I think, topic we often don't think about is, how do I actually map a real entity like LLC to a smart contract address or to a digital identity? So there's a lot of like questions. How do we make this mapping, and who is supposed to do this mapping? Like back to like, who is the authority to say that this address actually is whatever ABC consensus.net or consensus LLC?
This is probably a concern, especially when you are starting a new system like that. We're starting and we create an identity. An identity is just like, as I said, as an account. An account is there, and is that an identity? It's very difficult to that. But if we think in a world where there are like millions of millions of claims, where the people is absolutely interconnected, and people is talking with each other, and it's like everything set. I think this problem is not going to be that problem, because the reputation system will be set already, and nobody will have doubt who is who and which identity belongs to which real identity. But I fully agree that this step from where we are now to get to a point where all those millions of claims set up this reputation, I
think this bootstrapping of this web of trust. I think once we're there, then I think it's very great.
Yeah, I think here probably we'll have to start a little bit centralized with probably some trusted identities that probably certification authorities or some individuals, and this will set up a point. But the web of trust and the reputation systems, and when there start being a lot of claims, decentralized certification authorities will become less important, and the reputation system will be the one that will manage the full system. But that's just a vision. That's just how I see the future on that.
Great.
So Ruben, you started going into this a little bit when you were talking about DAOs and the identity as it relates to the company, and how do you verify who in the company actually, say makes a claim or does something. I'm wondering, I want to hear from each of you, why do you think that identity might be or is important in the context of decentralized organizations? We talk a lot about how the blockchain enables pseudonymous interactions, and some people even have the ideal of anonymity, but when it comes to companies and where people are interacting with each other, there's necessarily an identity. How do you think identity plays into the DAO conversation?
So, I mean, you could see in some of the other demos that we've seen in some of the talks that when all you see there is the Ethereum address, people feel kind of lost. It's like, well, who am I dealing with? And then you have to go somewhere else to check and see, well, okay, is this a person? Is this a contract? If this is a contract, who's behind that contract? And so, yeah, I mean, it just gives us a sense of like where we're at if we know like the people that are involved. So, I mean, it's just natural to us. So if we can do something like you were saying in a DAO, if we can bring in some of this outside information, like we allow people to attest that this is my Twitter handle and this is me on GitHub, and you bring that into a DAO, then it gives people kind of that feeling of centeredness and feeling like, okay, yeah, I know who I'm dealing with here. And then there's also the uniqueness aspect, which is in some important applications like making a vote or something, you want to make sure that even someone didn't bring in like 20 different Twitter accounts that are really the same person.
I think besides that, I think the DAO will likely operate in many aspects fully digital, which is fine. So you can interact fully between systems. But once you have some real life interfaces where, okay, someone agrees to pay rent to the system. So how do we know it goes actually to the right company? How, like the link of that system into the physical world is extremely important, and maybe the other way around as well. So if we can see and think about DAO systems which make decisions based on sensor data of some kind of releasing funds because we did the right things, I don't know, pollution is going down, whatever the things would be. So the link in both directions are extremely important, and it sounds always very easy, like, okay, it's a device and we just measure it, but how do we know it was the right device and it hasn't been tampered? It's actually measuring the temperature at the right location. And I know there's lots of projects out there, but it's still like all these bits and pieces are extremely important for making the right decisions in the DAO.
And there is also for the DAOs the governance of the DAOs. Right now, we can create governance systems in generally one token, one vote, or something some governance system that's based on tokens. That's available because you don't really need identity. But when you want to create more sophisticated governance systems, where you want to put the human factor in there, then things like, said again, reputation or identity or being a person or being I don't know, that you are a member of a community or all this extra information that's related to identity, that's very important for the design of the governance systems of anything, but especially for the DAOs. That's also a very important part. Identities is very important. There are a lot of examples, but if you see how many applications can you see that they don't have a login page? At the end of a login page is just saying which identity you are.
Yep.
So that's it's important. It's key. Almost all dApps will need some sort of identity.
Yep.
Probably the cryptocurrency is an exception.
And I think in more and more things, like use cases, when you have legal agreements of some form in a more traditional way, I think we need to bootstrap as well the world. Like the world will not flip from today analog to DAO. So how can we make this like sequence? Like OpenLaw is one of the projects. They automate some pieces of the legal agreement into a smart contract, but 99% of the cases are likely never need an execution, and you can keep them in a digital paper form instead of putting them in all code. And it can be a transition over time, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. And certainly, since identity is very important in contracts, to know who the parties of the contracts are, you need that in the digital world too. So building off of some of what you were saying, Jordi, about identity's importance in governance, one thing that people are really excited about with decentralized organizations is voting and giving people new ways of participating in kind of social structures. But electronic voting is a notoriously hard problem to solve. In fact, there's like an XKCD comic that came out a few months ago that was like, they were asking people about voting, and the computer scientists were like please God, no. Like, and definitely not with a blockchain. And so there's this noted skepticism amongst people that have been working on electronic voting for a while about just the potential for it to even work in practice. But I'm wondering, do you think that part of the problem is the lack of a good digital identity system? And if so, how do you think identity could help solve some of the problems with electronic voting?
Voting is, at least until now, it's very difficult. And when you hear about electronic voting, just you need to be very, very, very skeptical about what's going on. But what's clear is that this technology, of course, used in the right way, it gives a lot of hope for electronic votes. And even if we cannot reach some levels of, let's say, security or reliability, it gives clearly a higher step for getting very, very so good systems for voting where no central authority will be required. Electronic voting have other problems, some of them related in how you guarantee that there is no Trojan in your computer, or even how you guarantee, for example, that a vote is not sold, or coercitivity things and all that stuff. And these are more social problems. They are not easy to solve. They are still there. But right now, at least the blockchain gives the opportunity to organize a full voting system without the requirement of a trusted, centralized voting authority, you know, the authority that organizes the vote. And this is, I think, it's a huge step forward for voting. Of course, scaling, it's important. Identity, it's important. It's a step that we need in there. But yeah, I'm very optimistic that in the future, most of the voting is going to happen in some sort in blockchain.
Yeah. So I think it starts with how you decide who's eligible and the method that you go about doing that. And right now that is not, I mean, none of that happens cryptographically at all. And so that would be the first step, is you'd have to, when you're determining eligibility, you'd have to have some way to cryptographically sign that. And so, I mean, but things change. But like in where I live in Washington State, it's all done by mail. So, you know, I've heard people say, oh, that could never be done, but that's what we do. And you know, you look at like e-passports, that's like kind of an evolution of the passport, where you had to, you know, now they will, at the time that you're getting your passport, they will cryptographically sign that you are receiving that passport. And so that's, you know, steps like that are what we need to do to be able to evolve to having, you know, electronic voting work.
Yeah, I think the opportunities are obviously massive, but I think if we think about this on a large scale, with sovereignty comes a lot of power and also responsibility to the end user. And we see this in the crypto, like Coinbase is great and does a lot for the ecosystem, but it's not what you ultimately like thought it should look like. So I think the questions around UX, key management are just so hard, and even for that crowd, it's hard-ish. I think if you think about like in a voting system where you need to have the whole range of the population being able to do this in a secure way, because offloading your voting system to someone else is also a bit scary. So there's a lot of questions how we actually build the right systems around this to make this user-friendly, privacy preserving, and obviously censorship, like all the things we are like as values. It's just that it will be a tricky and likely one of the hardest things to solve if you think about more like national votes. I think we can vote obviously in DAOs and we can experiment with many things, but it's a hard problem to solve it for like the 100% population.
But the tools are there. You know, I think that there are good new tools are there, and this can be put in place for creating more secure voting systems. Sure. in the at least medium term, for sure.
And continuing along with that theme, talking about some of the challenges with voting, I'm interested in hearing from your project's perspectives, what are the biggest open challenges that you have to seeing your project succeed?
At least in our case, we are working a lot with the zero-knowledge technology. We are going very deep in the Zika snarks. We have developed some tools, and we are going there. We are seeing that just running so generating proofs in the mobile phone or generating huge snark proof in big clusters. This is very challenging. This is very much where we are working hard right now, at least in this technology, and this is where we are working. Also in the protocol design, it's interesting because even when we are thinking and rethinking and seeing all the communications, identity discovery, how the identities will talk one each other, how they require for a proof, how they remove for a proof, we see that there is like a lot of things that needs to be defined. And creating this infrastructure layer is what that's what we are working on. I think we will create for sure. We want to create a proposal for a protocol. We want to create also the reference implementation of that protocol, and of course in open source manner. And this is what we are deeping. We have a full team that's working on that, and we are running because we need it. We need it as a community. We need it, and that's at least we want to have a proposal on the table. That's the goal. All my strength is trying to push.
So for Bright ID, it's mostly a social experiment, and the biggest risks are the social risks. And we just want to see what happens if the right social norms will grow up with this project and allow it to exist at a large scale, even a global scale. The technology pieces are there to have peer-to-peer attestation and for this to possibly work. And we can protect against large-scale Sybil attacks. Like I feel confident about that. But like the social aspects, this is totally new territory, so I'm just, I'm excited to see what happens, and it's definitely a worthwhile experiment for me. So that's why I do it.
Yeah, I think looking across the different projects on identity, and in particular also in Newport, I think as I mentioned, UX is still one of the hardest problems. So key management, we talked about this, but also like now you can gather all this data. Now you have it, whatever, on your phone or on now the user needs to make sense of what am I sharing? Yes, you can agree. We have lots of good ideas, but I think this is a tricky one. I think also scaling is a challenge, but I think with some of the new designs we have started to build, where you don't need to have a transaction to create an identity, makes, I think, many things way easier in the beginning. And there are some really interesting discussions happening within the space. So there's the Decentralized Identity Foundation as an organization which brings people and teams who are working on that vision together from different communities, which I think is interesting and good, because there we are, I think, demonstrating cross-blockchain activities, because I think identity is such an important element that even the choice of chain or whatever it is should be in the hand of the user. So there's some really interesting things. And yes, if you talk about interoperability and everybody has their own ideas, you need to find the right balance of focusing on getting your things done while still working with others, because it's a network effect. Ideally, we find a mechanism to work together that if people are using a UPort identity, they can as well go and use YOLOCOM in the next iteration or ident3 in the next one. So it needs to be something where I can decide to quit. I don't want UPort anymore. I want only Bright ID in the future. So this is part of the sovereignty part. So interoperability is kind of a core value into the system itself for me.
This is the basic protocol I think is key. And this protocol cannot come from a single entity. It must come from the community. It must come from people that's working on there, that's doing proposals, trying to see what they're achieving. Maybe a pairs 2 models or 3 models, but it's important that we make an effort to try to set up a protocol so that we can build on top of that protocol.
Yeah, I often compare this with if we built an email client, and whatever the backend system is, that's fine. Or we can't build the WeChats and the Facebook messengers. We need to build something which works as independent, because I can always decide to switch. It's just super important.
Exactly.
So I want to end on a collaborative high note there and turn it over to the audience for questions. Does anyone have any questions for the panelists about identity or identity in DAOs?
Wow.
Nice
catch.
Nice catch.
So my question is about identification, because we keep talking about these keys, right? But none of you guys have talked about pretty simple stuff like biometrics and the ease of identifying yourself as yourself if your body is with you, right? So how do you see that fitting in?
I'm very skeptical of biometrics. Of course, biometrics, you can have like a claim that's saying, somebody saying that your biometrics are this. So this is implicit. But biometrics are something that you cannot replace on yourself. And if they are leaked in some way or the other, this is extremely dangerous. And I think that attestations, just claiming system, is more than enough and for working. But that's personal opinion. But
no, it's mine too.
I think we're skeptical of like putting anything public or anything with biometrics. I think biometrics are great to protect the keys which are on my phone.
Yes.
That's great. But I think there are obviously, I think the questions of like, okay, uniqueness and other things, very questionable concerning proposals sometimes in the space, so I'm also very careful.
Yeah, one phrase I like to say about biometrics is biometrics are like a username, not a password, because you can't reset your fingerprint.
Mm-hmm. True, that's right.
Anyone else?
Wow.
Nice. Impressive.
Hi, I'm a lawyer from Malta. Just wanted to say that when you have identity, you might also have autonomy and potential also self-awareness at a later stage. The reason I'm saying this is because I spoke to Daimler last year, and they are actually considering giving a separate identity to their trucks, which would be connected in an IoT system. Now, if you have self-awareness, of course, you might potentially also need to consider legal personality as well. And again, this is, of course, something which might be at a very advanced stage of thinking. But again, if we're talking about identity, sooner or later, you might also want to, again, consider the legal repercussions, which is why currently in Malta, we're working on a new law which will grant legal personality to decentralized autonomous organizations, and potentially that might be the first step towards, again, trying to think of different cells in a DAO, which might potentially be autonomous as well as perhaps segregated one from the other, yet part of the same ecosystem. So I don't know what your thoughts are about trying to cross into the legal border of things when thinking about identity in a DAO.
What's the question?
Question?
Could he repeat the question?
So
just the question part.
Yeah, essentially, if we're talking about identity in a DAO, and let's say that particular piece of the puzzle in a DAO is capable of doing, let's say, certain things, both inside the DAO and in a cross-DAO fashion as well, do you think that certain legal repercussions might start to be thought about? If, let's say, one particular piece of a DAO enters into a smart contract, let's say, with someone, another piece, another DAO, what would be the legal ramifications of that? So do you think that, again, is it something worth thinking about at this stage?
I can say that.
I think we talk a lot about legal ramifications in general terms, and I think we just because we're building some tech doesn't mean that law disappears. Yeah. So not in that specific case, to be honest. Like cross-DAO thing, I haven't thought about this yet.
But law enforcement, governments, they are other identities, and they are doing claims, and they are not different than the claims that is doing one or the other. At the end, it's about reputation, or if you want, that a lot of people just believe that the law is something that's we have to follow, and they accept that. But at the end, everything is identities, everything is claims, and of course, there is these governments or judge or other entities that are identities, and of course, they have a powerful, they can give a powerful claim. But from the identity system, it makes no difference. The identity system in the blockchain, it makes no difference at all. A claim made by a government that a claim made by the fake, by a fake identity about something stupid in things. The claim is exactly the same.
Yeah.
You can prove that claim later on that the specific identity made that claim on that other identity. And that's the nice thing of this the decentralization identity. We are democratizing identity. Everybody can become a certification authority. Everybody can be, it's able to make claims. Of course, governments too. And this is, I think this is cool.
So I think maybe I think we just assumed that everybody understands claims. I think it's a cryptographically signed statement about the other identity, and that's kind of the web of trust. Like other people can attest that I was on this panel, or at least some people can. So, and because I sign it with my identity and with my signatures, then over time we are building something which is not just data, which we have today, but data which is actually really verifiable from anyone who's receiving it and can see, okay, this was given from 20 or 100 people, which makes the chance that this was faked extremely low.
And I think we have maybe time for one more quick question, so we'll just do it right up here. You have the.
Just say it, we repeat.
No more time. Sorry. So that's going to be it for today. Thank you all. Thank you all for joining the panel.
Thank you.
Is everyone having the best time ever? AraCon is the most fun. So I am very, very excited to introduce you, if you don't already know, to Luis Quende, who is going to come up here and close out AraCon. What an amazing first run at an Aragon community conference. I'm so grateful to be a part of it. Thank you guys so much. And I will turn it over to Luis.
What a couple days. I don't really know what to say exactly, so I'll just try to just put a bunch of photos and hope it works out. You know, there is this thing that we used to say a lot, which is it's called the Ara way. And so the Ara way is this term that we have for how we do things at Aragon. And when I mean Aragon, I don't mean the Aragon One team, I don't mean Nest, I don't mean anything like that. I mean the whole Aragon community. And the Ara way, it's all about being friendly and being warm. Of course we have these amazing plans to take over the world and decentralize everything. Of course we do. But I think there is something deeper to that, which is the revolutions that are started with people that don't care about how to get there usually end up pretty badly. And we do care. We do care about the way that we get there, about being fair, about including people, about being community governed. We care about that, and I think you can see that in the whole event. Like you can see this very interesting warm feeling like that there with like the conference favorite baby. or like the photo booth, and people just enjoying themselves, or the volunteers. Give it up for the volunteers. That was really amazing. Yeah. And this is really crazy when we were like, yeah, let's do like a conference with 500 people. And we were like, all right, interesting. And then we sold out like a week ago. But then until the same day that we started the conference, I was just very worried. I was just like, will people show up to this? Do people care about governance at all? Do they know what a DAO is? Or do they want to learn? And then I was just very pleased because people did show up. And a lot of them, and actually there was even people that couldn't get a ticket. There was someone who actually got a flight from Venezuela without even having a ticket, and he was just like, hey, I really want to learn more about this, and I want really to experience this conference, so, you know, can I get in? And we were like, of course, like, you're totally getting in, like, of course. And that was really amazing, and I think that's the Ara way. That's who we are. You know, there are other kind of ruthless projects out there that just try to do things in a different way. There is communities. I'm sure you know some EOS, and and you know, like, I think we have to be fair, and we have to really keep in mind that you know, the revolutions that are actually worth are the ones in which there are people that are not only capable of doing great things, and they are technically able to do great things, and great developers, engineers, designers, you know, product people, but also the ones in which, you know, we have like a good heart and we have good intentions. Then things may fail. I mean, no one's gonna get this right the first time. Maybe like decentralized organization takes us into like a huge dystopia 100 years down the road. I'll be pretty sad about that. But at least we have to try, because I think society right now, we don't have any values, we don't have any hopes. Like my generation, the avocado and Instagram generation, right? Like, it's just so empty. And I feel that some of that is because governance has failed us. Governance has failed us in a lot of ways. And I think, for example, like, you know, Donald Trump, we have mentioned Donald Trump and put like a lot of pictures these days of him and his McDonald's burgers. And I think governance per se is just a tool, but it's a very powerful tool. And what we are seeing now is this Cambrian explosion of governance models. Yeah, for sure, AraCon 0.6 has this amazing voting app, which is like pretty simple, democracy, one token, one vote. But we can do so much stuff, much more advanced, and we can experiment. And that's the important part. It's a clean canvas for governance experimentation. And at the end, governance models will take us, you know, way far in terms of not only efficiency, but also fairness. And that's what the AraCon community is all about. And I think, you know, the last 1,000 years, we have discovered how to run, you know, like healthy democracies, and then we have discovered how not to run them. And that's where we are now. And so now we have to think, you know, what's next? What is going to give hope to the next generations, so they are not the avocado and Instagram generations anymore, but they actually care about things. They actually want to push forward humankind and remove oppression from places where you have a lot of oppression, and even places like Germany, which retain a lot of our badges in customs. This is a very interesting story, but I won't get into it. AraCon being oppressed by the government. And how we get there is with products. And these couple of days, we have introduced amazing products. We introduced AraCon Mobile. Thanks, Jorge, for introducing it live and demoing live on a stage. Yeah. Yeah. Doing a live demo is never easy, and we all know that. We, of course, also had AraCon Desktop, which you can download now. And thanks to everyone who was involved in that too, especially Brett. Know where he is, but. Yeah, there is like, the AraCon one team was like not sleeping until 5 a.m., then Brett, Ollie, like it was just like really amazing. So yeah, like, you know, people really care. We're here for a reason. That's very important. And also, of course, one of the things that I'm most excited about, which is what's coming up this year, which is finally the AraCon network. And I think that's going to drive forward not only decentralized organizations, but actually enable them to get rid of a lot of the traditional nation states and actually move into this new world, which is a clean canvas not only for governance models, but also how we define a system of law. And I think that's extremely powerful. So really what I want to do here is I want to welcome you all to the Ara family. I like to prefix a lot of words with Ara. So instead of the Airbnb, we go to the AraBnB. We actually use those terms. And I really have to welcome you to the Ara family. Like each of you today now are part of something that is bigger than all of us, even in this room, and in the people watching. And it's really a fight for freedom. So thanks a lot for coming. And also mark your calendars, February 10th, Fight for Freedom Day. ANT holders decided that. So please mark it in your calendars. And I want to say that you are AraCon. And so as part of AraCon, you have the duty of drawing what it will look like in the next decades. So thanks a lot for coming. And before ending, we're going to show an amazing video that Adri made. Adri is the mastermind behind this amazing eagle here and the whole brand. And we are going to show that video. But just before getting off stage, this feels like a fucking dream. So really, thank you all for making it possible.
Don't stop. Let me explain something.
Hey, y'all. One last thing. If you registered for the WitNet and AraCon after party on the boat, don't forget, that's tonight. If you didn't, I don't know, but maybe you can, like, you know, just try to climb on board, because I'm the type of person who would advocate that. But, you know, you definitely need to be RSVP'd, but you should be there, because it's going to be great.
Got it.